What's up, No Tip Gang? How are we doing today?
Let's get some likes in the video. How's it going, buddy?
Going well. How about you?
It's going, dude. We got a lot of stuff to talk about today, and I don't got that much time. So halfway through this stream, I might be joining off my phone.
That is base. I gotta get the link sent around. I just woke up.
Yeah, morning. Good morning. It's
Oh no,
time.
bro. I have like a massive fucking headache. I feel like I have a hangover.
I'm sorry, bro. Was it because of the DC last night?
No, it's because I was drinking heavily last night after.
That's why you're talking so much about fucking about alt fucking witch women.
Oh no, dude. I love alt witch women. All right,
I could tell. We could tell by last night's conversation. You really
they're
like
my
them.
favorite.
Yeah.
Especially blondes with the fucking star tattoos on their chest and the fucking rainbow, or the rainbow, but they What is
Right.
up with bitches getting the fucking bow tie things on their calves? Like,
I don't know,
that
but it's
hasn't
pretty
been.
to look at when I'm hitting it from the back.
Does it mean that they suck dick good or
I
like?
don't know, bro. All I know is it looks pretty when
I,
I'm hitting it
I
from the
mean,
back.
I know that there is a correlation with them having that tattoo and being able to engulf a penis, but I don't know.
Does correlation mean causation, though? You know what I mean? That's the first thing.
Apparently, with the racism stuff, it doesn't. So I guess maybe she's just
Right,
trying to attract a mate by saying she can do it. I don't
right, right.
know. Oh man,
Now, if you
we.
cross her legs, right,
Uh
does that
huh.
mean she has a crossed bow tie? Is that what that means?
I guess I don't know. I don't get what you're putting down there, bumpkin.
Never mind. Whatever. Um,
What do you want to talk about first?
I mean, we could talk about our our mother genetically, but our current mommy. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you said that so awkwardly. You're talking about Shilo Hendrix.
Yeah.
I wonder if she's got bow ties on her calf. I bet you she's the type of bitch that has bow ties on her
She
calf.
looks like she has a lot of tattoos in general. So I mean, potentially, but she seems like she kind of might have like a dragon tattoo somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
She's gonna be like that one. She's gonna be like my ex and have a panther tattoo up the side of her fucking rib cage.
A panther tattoo up the side of her rib cage. That's wild.
Yeah, my ex got it specifically because her favorite porn star had it.
That's a
What's
thing.
up, Ivan? Yeah, she was a prolific hoe. Well, prolific slut.
Yeah. What's up, Ivan? Welcome to the panel. Everyone, do not forget to like, comment, and share.
There is no genocide in South Africa.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
There was no genocide in North America then.
There was also no genocide of the Tutsis. Were not genocided as well.
Neither were
Because
black. Neither were blacks.
neither were
Neither were
blacks.
Indians.
Because like
Neither
the
were the
thing is,
Jews. Neither were the Azerbaijanis.
not
Genocide.
a
You're
lot.
right. You know what? You know what? You're right. Much like war crimes, genocide doesn't actually exist.
Yeah, you know what? If you want to say that there's no genocide in white South Africa right now against white South Africans, then absolutely, bro. Then there was never any genocide ever.
We all can play this game.
Yeah, no genocide ever, right? So all of the white man's burden that we have to deal with for the past 60 years.
I actually believe Not Lost is a rip leftist. That picture he sent me on Discord. I actually believe that was him. My question is, why would an otherwise healthy white man hate himself and his people so much to antagonize other white men by saying that? I actually like Not Lost. He's a cool guy,
Right?
but
There's no genocide or
I
human
don't get
trafficking.
that.
Yeah, yeah. I don't get that, bro. If he's actually that ripped, then I have
Well,
literally
you
zero
can be a
idea.
pudgy fat fuck or even be fucking masculine as fuck and be ripped like Not Laws. I don't get why otherwise healthy white men, like, even if you don't want to be racist, right? Like, I'm gonna ask Flo on it because Flo is like the most anti-racist white guy I know that's not a complete cuck. So I'm gonna ask him, like, does he think? 'Cause, like, knowing him, he's probably gonna be like, yeah, I think it is happening, but I don't care. And that's a fair answer. If it doesn't affect you, that's fine. Because nobody's gonna weep. Nobody weeps for atrocities across the world in reality.
Not
Looks like
laws.
garbage.
This isn't an AI creation or propaganda. This has been happening for 30 years. I was talking about white South African genocide fucking back in 2010 or 2015. This has been happening forever, bro.
Well,
I don't know.
maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't know that it's not AI. Oh shit, we got Wally in the house.
What's up,
It
Wally?
was nice meeting you on flows and talking to you. Um, no, I mean, we don't have to argue with we don't have to argue with the chat. But I mean, I can get that. I can rock with that answer. That's fair for me. Well, I mean, just that year is very special to me, but it was over 30 years ago.
But it hasn't stopped. That's the thing.
Well, the thing about South Africa is it is an offshoot of the Rhodesia Bush War.
That's
That
true.
so, and Rhodesia was happening what in the 60s? Was it the 60s or the 80s? I don't remember. Anyway, let's watch this beautiful. She don't look good in the face, but my God, does she got a body on her?
Hi, everyone. I'm
Can
Shilo
y'all hear this?
Hendrix. I wanted to take a little time to talk to you all about what's been going on.
I don't think she looks
with
bad
my
in the face.
fundraiser
I don't think she's
and
bad
kind
in
of
the face, but she got
aftermath
she got a
of the
weird
park
jawline
situation.
for me.
Also, some concerns
No, she ain't got an Adam's
that have been
apple
brought
though.
to my attention. There are a lot of people who think that this has all been a scam, that I haven't
You know, yeah, fuck your facts, all right? I have feelings. How about that?
been getting my money and that it's not going to me. I have gotten every dime of my money. It's all gone to me. Nobody has asked me for any money. So there's that. Rest assured, all the money has gone to me. When this first started, I had a handful of people helping me out. Anglo-Saxon Girl, Tom Hennessy, Paul Miller, and Officer Bone, Avi. And they really just were kind of guiding me through this time and promoting my fundraiser and getting the word out there about everything that was going on. So I am forever grateful for all of.
Oh, Bumpkins can pull up the eye chart. What are those eyes? Oh no.
Dude, those are green eyes.
I don't know. They look a little bit brownish to me.
No, they're green. They're green eyes. No.
She got them emerald eyes on right on the border, huh? Is that what you're telling me?
You know, they're green eyes. They're green eyes. Definitely not like A10s, obviously, but it's okay.
Them for that.
Oh, Lord.
And then
Don't get me
the
autistically
Avi
talking about
thing
eyes now.
happened,
That's gonna be a
where
mistake.
he got fired from his job and uploaded a video and started his own fundraiser. That had nothing to do with myself and the rest of the people that were involved. As soon as we found out the truth about all of that, I severed ties with him immediately. I am not married to him. I don't know him. I've never met any of these people.
Oh,
So
she's
I just
talking
want
about
to
that
shut them.
Jewish fella that called the kid and that called a dude the N word at his job, who was like he was like an Uber driver.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was a couple of people, like the one who runs the biopics doing racism or whatever on
Yeah.
Twitter. He tried to promote that and then try to conflate it with the Shilo Hendrix thing, and then she got on board, and then they found out that dude was just being an Uber asshole and not even being bothered. Like she was getting robbed and harassed, and then started getting death threats because of what she said. Dude was just like, "Oh, I see money on the table for saying the N word."
That down right now.
So Jay's being Jay's. Gotcha.
Pretty much.
When I first found out that the park video was going viral, it was terrifying, but not surprising, because obviously he was recording me. It was going to get out there at some point. I did not realize I was going to have so much support and have all of you people rally around me and have my back in this situation. And it was very overwhelming. And I am so grateful for you all for that. When this first happened and I went on X and
Yo, the Queen Shilo. You peeping that fucking necklace down there? The
I
Queen
am.
Shilo is an alt witchy girl. Yo, let's fucking go.
It's so back. Levels of back I've never seen, dude.
Oh my
Alt witchy
god.
girl and she's racist.
I
All
saw
right, bro.
Anglo-Saxon
My
girl
wife.
posted my video
My
on
wife.
Twitter, and
My wife.
hey, that's me, just kind of needing somebody like-minded to talk to. And of course, she didn't know it was me, so we went through the whole process of, proving who I was. And that's when we kind of
Look,
got the
I
whole
just want to
fundraiser
be. I
started
just want to
and
get a
set
full
up.
length documentary of her tattoos. All right.
And yeah, the
That's
rest of that
crazy
is
work, dude.
history. Um,
Being
I also
real.
just want to say how proud I am of
Also very in
everybody
depth.
and just showing what can happen if we tribe up and if we stick together and if we keep fighting back.
Yo.
Our
Yo.
future, our existence depends on
Queen.
standing up for ourselves
Oh,
and not backing down. And
when I first saw this video, I
we just
I
have to
was
keep
scared it was
on
going to be the
going.
exact opposite.
There's no other option. I mean, what else are we going to do? You can't be afraid of words. Don't be afraid of the people who are so fragile to a word.
Not laws. I'm so tired of like brown people just making up stuff to be a victim at this point. Not laws. It's fucking crazy, ain't it?
I am just so thankful for you all.
Oh
We are
shit!
in
I
the
forgot to
process of
put the
looking for a
StreamYard
home.
link in the
We
chat.
have looked at some, getting out of the state and starting a new life. And I want to have a quiet life. I don't plan on, being an influencer. I don't plan on doing interviews. Like, that's just not something that I would ever want to do. It's not on my agenda. So maybe someday, but I don't foresee it happening anytime soon. We're all doing okay. We've been moving around a lot. It's been an adventure. It's fun to see new places and, been kind of an outlaw.
I'm so tired of this fake narrative. Black people are not having it harder. Black people, on average, are having it great, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
we just gotta stop arguing
Again,
with him
I
in the
just want to
chat,
say that
bro.
I
We got to stop
so
listening to
grateful
AI.
for all of my supporters and all of
You think not laws is
my
AI?
people who
No,
have been with me
don't.
through all of this.
It'd be dumb.
And yeah, I haven't said anything on here. I haven't done any sort of videos or spoke to anybody really. So I felt like it was about time to
Why are you
clear the air
wiggling all
and just
suggestive
kinda,
like that, Shiloh? Making me feel
keep you updated with
uncomfortable.
what's going on. And yeah, so I just want to say thank you, everyone. And I will talk to you later. Bye.
Protect this woman at all costs. She is a unicorn
She's a
in a
witchy
sea
white
of
woman.
urchins, bro. She's a unicorn in a sea of urchins, bro. Protect that white woman at all costs. Holy shit.
All right, so I want to get your feelings on this. Jury kid, let's kill them all. Times Square rampage driver off the hook and fatal attack. Charlottesville car rammer James Alex Fields gets life plus 419 years. How do you feel about this? They both killed one person, injured 22. The reason for the New York Times gentleman just wanted to kill them all. James Fields was obviously attacked by a mob in all those videos. Years behind bars, 0 for the Times Square. Years behind bars, life plus 419 years.
I mean, but like black people had it so much worse than white people, bro. Don't you know?
Yeah. You see this type of court judgment all the fucking time. Plus, then you have people like John Galt and all the black guys that come up here and talk about their own culture and how this thing that Not Laws does, this prejudice by what is it? How is it said? The prejudice of light treatment or the prejudice of low expectations.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you allow these people to become the most dysgenic slobs on the face of the planet.
Yep.
And then you baby them. It's like it's actually very devious, and I applaud you liberals' intelligence. It's like you're like, we're gonna infanticide them until they become fat, lazy retards, and then they're gonna be a not issue. So you know what? I guess you guys are actually winning, liberals, because that seems to be your actual goal.
Yeah.
Too bad. White people have to suffer your fucking bullshit.
Another really good thing about that, right? With Fields, right? He didn't even technically kill anyone. He didn't even hit that bitch with her fucking car. She had a heart attack running away. I don't care what anyone fucking says about that. And they were hitting his car. They were literally hitting his car with bats and shit. Yeah, I do not care, bro. He should not have served a single day in fucking jail. I do not care.
Yeah,
Anyone in
you
that
hit a
situation.
crowd and a fat woman has a heart attack because of excitement. So this goes in the same, because whenever you talk about race, inevitably you've got people that go, well, white people ain't breeding.
No
Like
one.
this right here, even though it's also down, because you see there are a couple Middle Eastern and African countries that are not breeding at those rates. This is not a good thing. This is happening because all of this is sending aid there.
Yep.
But I don't worry about it either, because those 5.3 rates used to be 15 fucking children, because there's a lot of grape in the Middle East. Specifically, there's a lot of people who have multiple wives with 3 or 4 kids a pop. There's just a lot of like just niggatry. I ain't trying to. I gotta say it before our African friends get here. There's a lot of niggatry going on this continent that they don't like to admit. That leads to this, and leads to why these have to support this. But the thing is, like, this also goes into my whole thing that 90% of the planet is below birth rate replacement.
Yes.
And that's why you're seeing a lot of immigration into Europe and America from these places. Look at India specifically. In India is only right at replacement levels.
But they have so many people that's fine, honestly, for them.
Yeah, well, the thing about it is, like, I believe there was I believe there was 23 countries that have a smaller population than the entirety of the Indian diaspora trying to immigrate places.
Yeah.
So, oh, by the way, also, I made it clearly labeled. I made sure it was clearly labeled. I mean, this is also a problem when you have this amount of population with a low IQ. I'm just going through my Twitter right now of base news before we change on to the next topic.
Yeah, no, that's wild. Birth rates are birth rates. Notlaw says he's not a liberal. Then don't have anti-white liberal takes then.
Oh no, you are a liberal though. You are a liberal. That's the thing. Why can't you just be normal? Unintelligible screaming. Stabs random person, steals bike. But that's the thing, Outlaws. You are a liberal. See, me and Bumpkin's ideology rejects the French Revolutionary liberalism that inhabits the world order. You embrace leftist liberalism.
You embrace that. You embrace that liberalism.
I find this to be the funniest piece of news this week. I don't know if it happened this week, but I saw it this week. Parrot. Hold on. Let me do my announcer voice. Dateline. Parrots were removed from a UK safari park after teaching each other to say nigger, then laughing about it. More at 11.
You just straight up said the word there. That's crazy. Here we
I
go.
noticed that I've been saying it ever since the Shiloh Hill shit on stream, on everybody's stream. I don't do it on I don't do it on flows because he'll literally just bounce anybody who does it. Like, even black folks can't say the hard R over there.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So I guess we're gonna move on to the South Africa shit with Trump, right? So, I'm just gonna go ahead and ruin the joke. The mainstream media will have, you know, um, Trump's and his baseless genocide claims in South Africa. MSNBC, CNN,
Oh,
everybody but Fox, right?
we got
Look
Josh
it up.
Jones in the back. When we pull him up?
Yeah.
What's up, Josh?
The Independent, our third party independent news. Trump's bald spot during Oval Office meeting. Laughter on social media. Like, just our third party, our based third party, non-politically biased news talking about this man's bald spot
Oh my god.
instead of the actual goddamn conversation. Isn't that fucking wild? God, thank God for nonpartisan news, right? What's up, Stormcrow? Ka, motherfucker, ka. Oh, and by the way, just this, as an American, as a capitalist, all right?
Oh my god, bro.
As a capitalist, I love this. I just have to share this. Would you not rock this? Would you not rock this in your kit?
A Chick-fil-A AR. I feel like there's too many fat jokes being made if I rock it. Of course, Bumpkin would have the Chick-fil-A AR. What's up, Panfuzu? Welcome,
What's
welcome,
up,
welcome.
buddy?
What the hell is wrong with the Chick-fil-A AR?
Nothing's wrong with it except me as a fat man. If I rock it, bro, the insults are just gonna be.
No, it would be worse if you had like a McDonald's AR.
That's fair. That's fair.
It looked like it was a little purple, though, right? I'm more likely going to pick on you because of the color. Everything else, I don't give a shit.
That fires Chick-fil-A. Bumpkin would rather have the Olive Garden AR.
He's spiritually Italian. You're goddamn right I am.
Joshua Jones, how does this picture make you feel?
Oh, she's Asian, right? Right
Yeah.
now, everything Asian triggers this shit out of me.
You're the only man that gets made fun of more than me for yellow fever. So I had to but no, Cape Town pupil, this African woman, this obviously African woman is the top African mathematician right now, apparently. This obviously African woman.
You know, reality and race
that are like dominate mathematics, usually speaking.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but that is an African woman. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, reality and race screams out at you from the disassociation of the liberal order. Oh my god, bro, my alarm's going off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and Elon Musk is also African. So, well, what does it matter? He's a white dude. It's really about the culture. At the end of the day, this is just what this boils down to. You become the people that raise you.
Well, it seems like that Asian woman was not raised by Africans, so
yeah, I'm pretty sure.
My Pharaoh Rick.
Hello, my Pharaoh riggers.
How about we eat a fried chicken and watermelon? Yo.
Yeah, that Asian chick took life on easy mode, bro. Just saying.
Competing with Africans in math isn't much of a competition. Fair enough. But no, see, here's an example. NBC News breaking intense meeting with South Africa president. I'm not even going to bother saying his name because I'm retarded. Don't feel like doing it. President Trump plays video promoting baseless claims of white genocide in country.
There's no
quote-unquote
baseless
claim while they're out there fucking chanting, kill the Boer, kill the white man, take their land, take their farms. Yeah, baseless claims, guys, you know.
That's just how that works, man. Look, it's baseless, all right?
You can genocide is true across every other demographic of people besides white people.
And you know what? This Rhodesian farmer returned home and look at all the Bantu. Bro, I would have so much to say if I was this guy. Like, get your asses off of me. You killed my grandpa. You beat up my grandma. Yeah, you deserve to starve. The food will only be marginally cheaper than it is now.
I'm mostly just convinced it's always a group of people that are trying to convince everybody else that they're good people. At the end of the day, doesn't fucking matter. Matter of fact, it seems like all the good people in the world kind of get their ass run over constantly.
That's why you shouldn't be a good man, bro. That's why I'm embracing evil. I keep telling people I'm on my
like
dark
that new
side.
new Kanye song, you know what I mean? I became the villain.
Yeah, I like that new Kanye song. I'm not a cuck though, so I don't like that song.
That's true. That is a bad part of that song.
It's the opening part. It paints the whole song. Hold on. Truism. Laughing emoji. Salute everyone. What's up, badass thing? In 8 ways. Good afternoon. Good morning. Good evening and goodbye. Or hello and goodbye. This is only 6 months ago. You pointed guns at me. You can starve, is what I would say. Yeah, hey, Bumpkin.
We
This is what
can't
you
eat
and
till
this is what you and Andre be saying all the time. Yeah, the white man.
Hey, the white man.
we love the white man. He gives us food. He takes me to the welfare store.
Okay.
Oh man.
Ah!
Oh lord.
And
How's
Towers of
everybody
Morbius
doing
one, bro.
today? All right, since we got some viewers, let me do the grift. All right, let me do the grifting. Remember, we need the. Oh, hold on, wait, wrong one. We need to fund the white woman breeding centers for Bob. All right, specifically for Bob.
Except
Who's
Bob will
Bob?
get none of them. Except Bob will get none of them.
Shut,
And
shut, shut, shut up! If you
we will
tell him, he'll
actually fund the
know.
white woman.
Shut up! You tell him. Let's
Who's
fucking
Bob?
shut up. Bob is an African American pilot who loves white women. What
Oh.
more white women should be created? Not necessarily for him. He just appreciates white women.
Gotcha.
We're gonna do a heist. We're gonna do a white woman heist.
Oh, we are doing a new microphone fund that is $30 currently in there. That is $160. I'm still looking and shopping around to try to lower that price to get more bang for the buck. But please contribute if you like the show. You can contribute to the stream lab, or stream yards,
Oh,
or the
shit.
mic fund. The stream yards is like, what did you say? It was $85 a
Yeah, it's
month
like
now?
$85 a month, bro. I'm breaking the bank on this shit. So like, please, for the love of God, donate money.
Oh shit, Mail Monkey, you must have watched the DayZ stuff. Bumpkin, you want to tell them about the DayZ
Yeah,
stuff?
sure.
Go take a piss?
Mail monkey. We're on a modded server called the Labs. It's kind of a mixture of Daisy and Tarkov with the ability for like, key cards that are built with the actual mod. Green card, yellow card, red card, and labs card has a lot of good loot. You can build all of that. It's a really fun server. If you're actually interested in ever playing, you can hit me up on Discord. We can see what we can work with. But yeah, that's what I play on. I don't stream it that much, just because Daisy is so like volatile with trying to stream it. It's just terrible.
Donate your hard-earned shekels to the stream and get a
Yeah.
good boy point.
Yeah, you like these little animated backgrounds. You like the fact that we can play a lot of memes and stuff. How me, Orthodox, Angry Snowman, and Garion are all on the same StreamYard, so we can all interchange. It's for your viewing entertainment. You know what I mean? So donate to the stream.
Donate $200 and receive a bumpkin body pillow.
I'm gonna kill you. 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 I'm gonna kill you.
Hey, money.
It'd be a big ass pillow, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It'd be a big ass pillow, bro.
Well, first off, if I come back and y'all talking about body pillows instead of witchy blonde alt girls, I'm gonna ban everyone from the chat.
But it's bumpkin body pillows.
Bumpkin
you can
body
gamble
pillows.
with Flag Match.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude, the gematria shit is running rampant.
Oh man.
But it's South Africa.
Yeah, get on topic South Africa. I have to get dressed for work, but I will be talking in the background.
It is incredibly funny how Democrats have completely went 180 on their whole, like, no one's illegal, everyone deserves to be here. When a group of white South Africans came to America, they don't need to be here, send them back, we don't need any more people. And it's just like, what the fuck?
Well, people are trying to say that it's because the Trump administration halting all the other immigrants, and they say, "Well, this is white hypocrisy. It's just being a hypocrite." No, fuck you, bitch. When Trump tried to do it his first election, his first time in office, they literally reacted the same fucking way. I get so tired of people that have a immigration bias, i.e., brown people that are Hispanic or fucking brown people that are black, bitching about immigration policies of a white fucking country.
Yeah. Well, the thing is I remember back when they were like there was like a big attack on white South Africans last time he was in office. They went on everything, and he was like trying to give people like ability to come over, and a lot of them actually moved to Texas because I know like a lot of South Africans here in Texas. They're trying to say
Democrats
that
did everything they could to stop it. Then they made
yeah,
the
no, they
same
say
argument
that
then.
the white genocide in South Africa doesn't exist. That's not happening. It's just a narrative made up by Trump. It's
What I'm
literally going
what I'm
on.
trying to say is I'm tired of a brown finger wagging at me saying you can't care about people who are your ethnicity or your skin tone or your genetic makeup. You have to care more about my group, and if you don't, you're a hypocrite. It's just fucking stupid.
Yeah. No, it's bullshit because the thing is that these people for almost like the last 100 years have went into these countries and under British and Dutch and all the countries that have been in that part of Africa have set up these countries originally for success and built actually relatively good working societies. And then once a communist black gets in, they tear it all down. And then it's like, they've been fighting for the last 100 years almost. And you're not allowed to talk about it. You're not allowed to truly just put it together because you can't acknowledge white genocide. You can only acknowledge if other people are getting genocided. No one. It's like it's the thing is that people forget that white people are a global minority, and so
No,
we don't
they
make.
don't forget. It's willing. It's willing ignorance. They don't forget. It's hatred. Yeah, I
Yeah,
was talking
no, it
to
is.
Flo, I was talking to Flo because he wasn't race baiting. He wasn't really talking about race because he had went against some FBAs because he is against the whole race thing from both sides. And he's like, I don't get why they keep calling me so-called white. I'm like, because they hate white people. That's all it is to it. Like people like me are a reactionary force because of brown racism and brown people being put at the front of the line for nothing more than they're brown. Like that's literally white
True.
racism is reactionary.
Preach.
So no,
Yeah.
not laws. You know what? As much as I love your company, you in the chat, my friend. Yes, people do study things because they're either passionate about it or they care. So you don't have to be an actual credentialed historian. Credentialism is destroying both of our great lands.
Oh my
Let's face
God!
it.
Someone has an ounce of intellectualism in themselves. Oh no! Here comes the
Then you want
horde.
people to fall for the commie narrative. That's the
Yeah.
problem. All right, I'm gonna play this.
But we're starting with this whiteness. We're cutting the throat of whiteness. In Ghana, shoot, kill, no man's all. Kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor,
Nice little Mexican jumping bean dance you have there. Please face the Maxim.
the farmer. Pa, pa, pa. Shoot to kill.
Hard not to laugh.
But was
And then he turns around and tells Trump, "Oh yeah, no, that didn't happen." like, like, I'm at a fucking, I'm dumbfounded. Since the liberal left, like not laws, is represented in the chat, and most of the liberal left always compares Japan. Like, why can't we have nice things like Japan? I'll show you why. Perfect example, side by side, even. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things is not like the other.
One of them's gonna pull out the glicky.
I don't know if Rory pulled out the clicky if I saw this shit. What the fuck?
What's up with them taking off their shirts?
I have high self esteem. I love brat breaking and alt witchy girls. There's nothing that boosts your esteem like dating a chick like that.
It's a low self-esteem. Yes, I'm so low self-esteem for wanting a better society
Not
for my
this,
people.
not this in my society.
Yeah, I want like
Oh.
a peaceful society. You know, good God, I just so low self-esteem.
Orthodox guy, I think I heard your voice chat on Frag Dimsey. I don't know who Frag Dimsey is, Bubba. Is that a Keisha with a bonnet? Pull up the Chinaman. I'll pull it up next if I can find it. I think I have my bookmarks. No, like, why do we keep having to suffer these people? Like, and for those of you who want to say like shit like that happens in Japan, yeah, when there's brown people. Anyway, even people who want to say that shit like that, people have squabbles and fights like that in places like Japan, yeah, but it's not every goddamn day you see it. It's not every other hour on the fucking street. That's the difference. And that's what I want to scream at people like Flo who are like, well, why does race matter? Why do these racial statistics matter? It's because the disproportionate amount of times it fucking happens versus everyone else.
It's like, you know, you go to places that are more homogenous, you're gonna realize that they're more. It's a high trust society. We live in a very low trust society because we're not homogenous in any some way or form. We don't have a unifying culture. We don't have even a unifying religion. There's nothing unifying anyone. And the thing is
But
that these
consumerism
people
is
just
the
act
culture.
like this.
But consumerism is the culture. Look, all I want people to know is this is what you get when cruise lines, and me and Truism talked about cruises on his channel. Y'all should go check him out for my full take on cruises. This is what you get when cruises realize that it can cater to a lower common denominator demographic, charge the same, and take care of its shit, and like cut maintenance costs, basically cut expectations, the cost of expectations. They can like divide the rooms further, and they can make them smaller. This is what you get. This is what you get. And when you're rich and white, you start to avoid these places. Look at this cruise. And I've seen some hot black chicks, and there's not a goddamn one in this crowd.
Yo, I'd be so mad. You know how expensive cruises are?
Yeah, I do, because I used to work in a liberal office, and all I'd hear is black people talk about them. So yeah, I know exactly how.
Why are they trying to get back on the boats? That's my question.
I'm fucking saying.
What is going on?
It's
because they were never on them in the first place. Is my take.
it's the kind of thing that it's just like there is a racial morality, I believe, is that within white Western civilizations there tends to be a more higher sense of morals and self-being, in the sense of that not only does a European mostly look at the body a little bit more positively, and believes that there are certain aspects that, you know, if someone has a fat stomach, they're going to be more animalistic, you know. For example, ancient Greeks had like 4 spirits in the body. The way that the body was shaped can show someone's personality. Zygonymy is real. And those people are the example of animalistic desires and not any rational thought.
Does that mean that like I'm an animal? It means I'm animalistic?
You have
You are an Anglo-Saxon and thus a savage animal. Yes.
I don't want to hear savagery from the German, dude.
You walked into that one.
All right, the German and the Frenchman is going to
Hey,
upheld
why
their
not?
morality
You fucking
on
Anglos
me.
have been
Okay,
sucking on the French teat for like.
that's not true. We actually fought them more than you, so.
Yeah, but you were also ruled by them for 800 years.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, by my
Not
ancestors too, because
Not
my
true.
ancestors
Not
were
true.
Normans. King William the First, King William the Conqueror, for 800 years.
Not true.
Normans
You
ruled
got
over
cheated by
for the
France,
first 500
Saint.
years
How
of
does that make you
England.
feel?
It was
Yeah.
French spoken in the court.
Yeah.
King
Yeah.
Richard the Lionheart never stepped foot in England. He spoke
What?
French.
All right,
What does,
all right. I pulled something
what does-
unrelated up. But how do y'all feel about this for the morality of our society? Apparently, cheating after signing marriage papers will be illegal in 2026. You'll be arrested for violating a contract. If your partner has enough evidence, they can arrest you. They can arrest or sue.
Sure.
I would say based, but also knowing how like a lot of people like would it. I don't know. I feel like there would be some kind of fucking wucky with it.
You're saying it's too good to be true?
Yeah, it's too good to be true.
Well,
Probably.
here's what started the South Africa stuff for me. CNN, President Trump pushed unsubstantiated claims of white genocide in South Africa during tense White House meeting with the nation's president. So yeah, again,
Unsubstantiated in what fucking way? I don't understand this. They just say it's unsubstantiated, but when we bring up the evidence saying it's definitely fucking happening, they just say no. It's like what the fuck, dude?
I know it's kind of based, honestly. Whenever somebody brings up the halls of cost, or the halls and how much they cost, or like slavery, I'm just gonna start saying no.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say no. Honestly, that's where we're at right now.
Reject logic. Become
Jeff
monkey.
Guzman, my dad was a property developer as well as a part-time farmer, and yes, some of his buddy farmers got killed. It's a consistent battle with they're trying to burn the farms down to chase you away.
I grew up in an area in South Africa that is a farmland area, Polokwane.
Yep.
And there is some issues up there. Obviously, my dad was a property developer as well as a part-time farmer. And yeah, some of
Bruh, look at his fucking bug-eyed face. He is like, ah, fuck.
What is
Ah,
the
fuck, the
Yeah.
What is the
repercussions of my actions.
I couldn't
is the
tell
farmer's fault? Let me go there,
I
I
couldn't
kill
tell
him.
that he was a white South African. Ah, fuck. He heard the accent and he instantly was like, ah, shit.
Ah, shit.
these buddy farmers got killed. The farm is still going. My brothers run it, but it's a constant battle with farms they're trying to burn the farms down to chase you away. So it is a concern to try and make a living as a farmer. And at the end of the day, without farmers, there's no food on the plate. So we need the farmers to produce the food.
Farming, right? He wouldn't even want to do what you're doing. Right? They love farming. They don't want to leave. But it's a struggle.
Yeah, and food and fresh water is the most important thing in life. Without those two things, you can't.
Imagine having to explain this to what amounts to a tribal chief. Like, I'm literally contributing to the country my ancestors built, and we acquiesced and let you be a part of. Then, because of your demographics, you wound up replacing me and being the dominant population. I'm literally just trying to keep this country alive by feeding its people. And they're just
No, not
looking at
worry,
you like with
White boy.
disdain and hatred. Like, just,
Do not worry, white boy. I come find your farm. I kill your whole family.
You see the way he just like completely disregarded him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like it looks like I'm sitting in here with a bunch of missing links. Like 3 of them right there. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
How is the water there?
The water's great, obviously. All the water comes out of the borehole, out of ground for us down there. But yeah, it is a battle to get the water out sometimes when all the equipment gets stolen all the time that you're trying to get the
So
water
does
out.
your family and
They didn't steal homie's bike. They stole homie's well. That's fucking crazy.
your brother, do they feel safe on the farm?
They live behind electric fences, try and be at night safe. But it is constant whenever you leave that something could happen. And
There's nowhere to live.
both of them has been attacked in their houses. My mom's been attacked in her house when she was 80. So it is difficult.
Need to go 1880s fucking red man war against these fucking savages.
Yeah.
What's crazy is South Africa in the beginning. What's crazy is like there were African tribes that sided with South Africans against the other natives. Like it was very similar to even in the Americas. You know what I mean?
Yeah. David Wayne. Judo Fly. If y'all have a link for that, y'all can post it or tell me what channel that's on. I'll check it out. See if it was me. It might be fun.
Was it maybe you just jumped on there without even realizing where you were, honestly, or maybe they were reacting to something you said. Who knows?
I don't know. I don't even know who that person is. Yeah, I'm glad you got your PC up and running, Troll. That's awesome. This is why people do it. They want to do it too. Exactly. Racial morality. Yes, Stanley, there is a such thing as genetic memory. Guess I was expecting Jesus, Stanley. You gotta get out of old black man troll mode and come up on panel one time.
Of course, it's
Racism
black.
is embedded into natural selection. Fight me. I don't have to fight you. I fundamentally agree. Dog brain. True. Sounds like Pol Pot ideology. What about the Vikings? I don't know. That was an occupation.
One second, I'm getting a call.
They are slaughtering the F out of crackers over there. They are. But genocide is a Stormfront and Grok, AI told me. Okay, I guess. I mean, yeah, they see it as their homeland that has been taken from them and they're fighting for it.
The same way you could kind of look at it with Gazans. It's like that's not that's the whole like fucking moral cucking, essentially, in that kind of sense. Is that if one side does it, it's bad, but if the other side does it, it's good. The thing is that yes, it's quote unquote, if you look at it through certain views, it's bad, but at the same time, I don't think anyone here, at least what I'm assuming, is like suggesting a fucking genocide. It's just contributing
to
but just contributing to a homogenous society leads to the society becoming better. I'm not even saying racially homogenous, though preferably, maybe, hopefully. But I'm just saying culturally, in people with common goals coming around together. In the United States, there's nothing uniting people to do anything. It's the most divisive fucking country. You can go from one town to another, complete different dialect, complete set of group of fucking people. There's people in Texas that are fucking German and speak German, and which is cool as shit, from what I think, because my grandmother was German. It's the kind of thing that you just can't say that kind of thing. You can't just say, well, that's just what the Israeli used to justify their stuff. I'm like, well, in the same way that the fucking Palestinians or Hamas would say the same thing. It's a natural survival aspect that my group needs to survive, and if other groups need to either be moved out or perish, then that is something that we are going to do. Not saying that we're going to do that. I'm just saying that that's natural mindset. Survival of the fittest.
Fair. Getting rid of the bad colored ones. See, here's the thing, Outlaws. It's not only about color, it's all genetics. Africa's a hunter-gatherers, farming, among a lot of other things, isn't there forte? Ivan, you should hit the link, Bubba, if you can. They hate Trump is making them fear this, and I love it. Yeah, Wally, that is a great thing. I was not expecting this from Trump. It makes me dislike him a little bit less. South Africa took Israel to the ICC and condemns the war, and then all of a sudden you fall for anti-South African rhetoric.
It's not rhetoric when
wait,
it's
wait. You realize the fucking irony of this comment. You realize the whole reason Rhodesia and South Africa are in the fucking Negroid hellhole they are is because of Israeli meddling during the Cold War.
Yeah.
Like, that's the fucking irony of this comment. The whole getting rid of apartheid. You know what? I bet you Israel misses apartheid now.
Yeah.
I'm a little slightly curious. Who's he accusing of buying into it? Is he accusing State Department? Is he accusing the media? Is he accusing us as people, like listening to the media?
I guess.
Who is buying into it?
Oh, it's Imperious. What's up, Imperious?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Shit,
Look,
I gotta
I don't
bounce,
think-
bro.
Oh, you leave always right when I jump on, Bumpkin. Damn it.
Well, he's
No,
got to go
I'm
to work.
sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, and I gotta figure something out real
He
fast.
was-
Actually,
I will be his replacement racist. Well, it's one where we swap races. It's like like when they change dealers at the craps table.
He
Hold
gets
in one out, one racist out, one in. So I'll just take his
Bumpkin is highly allergic to bitches, right? So he kind of like has a breakout. We got to keep him away.
No, I mean, look, the Israel thing. Like, look, you're seeing Israel be isolated right now. It's Trump is going to force them to have to deal with other Middle Eastern nations because Israel is already isolated from Europe. None of the European nations deal with Israel. They all want to put Netanyahu in jail. And so what Trump just said to him the other day is, we're going to back you hitting Iran. You're going to have to do it yourself. And in addition to that, you better wrap up Gaza. Why do you think Netanyahu yesterday or today came out and said, we're taking the entire Gaza now? Because it has to end. This whole thing has to end. Like, if you're going to take Gaza, annex it and do what you have to do, but you can't just keep bombing and killing people. You get what I'm saying? And that's and with the whole South Africa thing, I give Trump a lot of balls. I give him a lot of props for this because number one, if you this I have noticed, and what I've always noticed about stories is the story that you can search and find that every article is against that idea, you're probably right then. Because go look and see like any article, type in Google and go white South African deaths. Every article will be like, no, it's not a genocide, not a genocide. But then if you dig into the actual data, that since like 2000 and what was it, 2019, like 3,800 white farmers have been killed in South Africa. You know what I'm saying? Like, and if you take that percentage of how many Afrikaners are in South Africa, and the percentage that 3,800 of them is, if you said we're going to take out that equivalent of blacks in South Africa, you'd have every liberal talking about a genocide.
Bro, there's only 5 million Afrikaner worldwide.
That's what I'm saying. And so killing 3,800 of the couple 100,000 that are in South Africa coincides with a genocide as if you were butchering 10 million blacks in South Africa. Again, this all goes back to the whole they can't deal with per capita.
What's up, Joe? Friend of
everyone.
the show. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing quite all right. Thank you for having me on. It's been a bit. Hope the rest of
Yeah,
y'all are doing all
20,000
right.
kids are going to be killed today through abortion.
Exactly, but yeah, you shed no tears.
But then he bitches about starving. I don't care about abortion's worse. You don't even get the chance the kid to come out or even live. They're not even seen as human.
God, I'm going to hell. I flushed like a whole shitload of them went down the shower drain this morning.
That's a little different.
That's
So
fucking
true.
wild.
You're going to count it like that. We've killed more than Stalin, each one of us here, if you're going to count that.
Every evening, I get to
my
top
hands
off
are
my day of mass murderer. I'm happy about that.
I look upon my hands and I see bloods of millions.
Does this mean
What
like
have I
fishes
done?
are actually just death?
You know what that reminds me of? That Simpsons episode where they put like that civilization in the or was that South Park? The civilization in the damn fish tank. You guys remember that? Where one of them nutted it and they was it South Park or I forget which one, but yeah.
It was South Park. But it's it's the thing is like the word phantom genocide is fucking crazy because it has been going on since like the early 1900s after the decolonization of the UK. And, they've been killing plenty of white Afrikaners since then. It's not a phantom genocide. It's like if I was Turkish and I went and said that the Armenians never actually got genocide because the official state of Turkey.
Well, that's what they do
doesn't
say.
recognize
They
it.
do say that.
Yeah, they do say that, but no one gets on Turkey for
I
doing
just
it.
want to point out this is what they're mad about.
Yeah. That actually came off really cleanly. I thought cotton picking would be a lot less satisfying to watch.
It's not exactly like that.
Hey, Orthodox, did your grandma or grandpa ever tell you as a kid, get your cotton picking hands out of there?
Yeah.
I heard that every day almost. You know what I mean? But it was never a racial thing. That's the thing that people don't realize.
Let me get the panel's opinion, right? All right, let me get the panel's opinion. All right. Witchy alt girls. Yay
What?
or nay?
Nay.
What I what?
Witchy alt girls. Yay or nay?
Stay away from the witch
Nay.
shit after
There-
2020, bro.
there-
It's
there's-
either the
there's just
gayest
an
thing ever or the
adjective. We need a
craziest
verb.
thing ever. Like, if
Yay
you
or
want,
nay
like,
to what?
People who say that they're witches have no fucking clue what they're talking about.
Yeah, I don't care about her religion. I'm talking about she can suck a golf ball through a garden hose by
He's
working.
talking about that these
Yeah, but
bitches
then
that
your
think of
life is gonna be
astrology are the
fucking-
ones that'll jump up on your dick from the moon to the sun.
Yeah,
That's what he's talking about.
Witchy alt girls. Yay or nay? Would you plow them or no?
No.
they're gonna. The thing is,
It depends if they're
all
those
of their
thin
magic is-
spinner types. I like the spinner ones of those. You know what I mean?
Whenever you say alt witchy girl, if she's like past like 110, 150 pounds, that's just a no.
How do we go
That's a
from
goth
genocide
girl. That's like a
to
goth
talking
girl,
about
then a fat
fucking
goth after
witchy
that.
alt girls?
Yeah.
But no, fat chicks are just gross. No fat chicks at all. Thank you. But no, petite witchy blonde girls with the star tattoos up and down the side
No.
of their fucking
I don't trust
head.
that, bro.
Yeah.
There's a million other ways that you can get what you need out of a girl, and
So,
like you're just
just
gonna
to-
get your dick vexed.
That's
Going
just
back to
Or the
genocide.
ones that get their star sign tattooed on their shoulder. That's another sign. Too.
Yes!
Going back
Dude,
to
the Orthodox, I know what you're talking about. I get that.
It seems everyone's prepping for the mass murder tonight. Okay.
Why is
Fascinating.
it we're not allowed to kill the other side? Regardless if it's
Whoa
100, 1,000, or 1,000,000. Why are we not allowed?
This is why, Josh. This is why.
Well, that's the whole point, Josh. That's what I've been getting into on these panels lately. And there's I'm gonna send you a video real quick. Not now, but later. There's what we have done in society is hand over our logical thinking to politeness. We have handed over our rational thought to the idea of, quote, civility. And that is why you have these courts that everyone thinks that the courts are the one to settle things.
Hold up.
Because you can't just have the military.
Absolutely not. We cannot cite the whole concept of civility is just like excludes out killing. For all of civilization, we have killed. So
I know. I agree with you. I agree with you, but that's their excuse.
Bring back home.
That's what I'm trying. Like that is their whole thing is you can't do that. We got to process all this through a court and not. It's the whole feminized idea that you could butcher 1,000,000 people as long as it's not in front of you.
Well,
as long as I don't hear about it, I don't care.
So we want to relinquish, or I'm sorry, maybe I'm not exactly understanding. Their point is they want to relinquish the decision making up to somebody else. Why not us?
Yes, to a quote civil arbiters. Why do you think everyone talks about believe the science, believe the scientists, believe the authorities? They're the civil, prim and proper, good talking, nice people. They're civil. They won't say buck fuck the niggers. But they'll do it.
Lemonade soon turned sour for best friends Chase and Julie.
We thought it would be a good idea.
That's fucking wild. My bad. I didn't mean to play that right now. That's fucking wild.
No, I'm just saying, but like in general, dude, we have, and I'm gonna find this video, Orthodox, because I think you would like to watch this. This guy, he's a ex, like tech silicone giant billionaire, and he's gotten into about political philosophy, and he did it with this other philosophy major guy from
Sorry
Harvard.
for that. I closed the tab by accident.
No, you're good. And pretty much what it does is he breaks down this argument against this professor at Harvard that we live in an oligarchy based off of, quote, civility, quote, pampering, quote, what is societally acceptable. And so we give up all of our power to these people who are seen as morally, ethically, societally good or prim and proper or seen as the ethical ones. And so we just go, whatever they say goes. We have taken away authority and delved it out to the weakest people in society. Instead of a monarch who just takes the sword and cuts people's heads off, justification, we say, okay, we're going to let the smart academics and professors decide whose heads get cut off, even
My
though they have no ability to rule or govern or have any authority amongst themselves.
My take on this is like de facto, that's the outward justification. The real reason behind it is that fundamentally it's impossible to really find a consistent supply of people who can actually be trusted with their position,
Exactly.
especially in government. The point, people will say that like democracy is about giving people a say, et cetera, et cetera. In part it is, but the bigger part of it is also like by making a system that disempowers leaders, you also create a system that disempowers their ability to fuck things up. Because the majority of bureaucrats, judges, statesfolk, et cetera, are going to be middling to shit at their job. You cannot structure a government or any kind of institution around the expectation that the people running it will be good at their job. You need to structure it around the shitters, you know?
Well,
And
that's what our checks and balances were. That's the founders wanted the different branches to be fighting each other for power so that none had it. Now what we've done is go the judges, because we see them as these moral old people that know so much, they're now ruling the country. They decide if Article 1 and Article 2 can do what they want.
yeah, I don't know. The only thing, to some extent, yeah, but I think it's just like
No, it's not to some extent. You're seeing it. Because the whole justification by the media is to Trump, are you going to disobey a court order? That's the highest thing in the world is a court order. Why isn't it the order of the president, who's the only person in the country who's directly voted in by the majority and the entire country? Why shouldn't he have absolute authority if we're talking about a democracy?
Because
Because
we're a republic and we don't want that.
But a republic that's my argument. A democracy and a republic is an abject failure. The only way you can have an attributable government is through monarchy. Because remember, you got to understand that if you have an oligarchy, that oligarchy is going to be vying for power. If a monarch has sole unbridled power all in himself, there can be no fighting amongst the oligarchs because the oligarchs will all be beheaded.
that is
Power
not really that
power
true.
must be singular
For
in
most
one
of the
name.
time, like, you know,
What's up,
oligarchs
random
will just
independent?
find their next monarch amongst themselves if the existing monarch would not play ball.
All right, so hold on a minute. We got a new panelist. How you doing, a
Welcome.
random independent?
Good afternoon. What's up?
Much. I'm gonna play this video and then I'm gonna let Imperious Row go back to what they were talking about.
While you're doing that, I'm going to go try to find that video that I'm trying to find, okay? And I'll get back. I'm here. Just let me find it real quick.
The super chat's covering half of it.
Oh.
There we go.
Campaign 80. Which message will resonate with voters? Let's talk better mileage. Go the bastards.
True.
Campaign.
Pretty true, honestly.
Sorry. I am a fan of Stellaris, and I always play the racist, evil genociders.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I don't see what you're getting at completely because at least some of it seems contradictory to me. Like you're I think it was Imperious I was talking. Imperious isn't back
Yeah,
yet.
give me a second. Hold on. But I'm listening, but give me a second to answer because I'm looking for this damn thing. But go ahead.
All right. It's just you like a random independent pointing it out. You're invoking the founding fathers and the principles of republicanism, but like, and also railing against. And I agree with you on this. Effectively, just an unelected base of bureaucrats in our country that have as much authority as they do. But I don't see how empowering the presidency creates a solution to that at the end of the day, because just going off of what people vote.
It's not the point of it's the point is, generally speaking, is there's less lines you have to cross to combat the authority. Basically, if the king and queen decide that they fuck it, they're going to do whatever they want, right? The people just have to defeat the standing army, whoever they have, and then go after the crown. You start getting into like all kinds of different bureaucracies and different groups that are in charge of, like, you start separating it out. to be honest with you, half of us don't even know who the hell to fight to get certain changes on.
That's
Like,
that's
even
the
if
point. Exactly. Democracy diffuses responsibility and authority so much that you have to blame the entire system, and the population goes, "Oh, well, I can't blame the system for it. I can't bring out everyone. I don't." It's a way to diffuse the population. It has nothing to do with actual representation or anything. It's about diffusing the population's ability to influence anything.
Y'all can talk over this video. I'm not playing any noise. I just want people to have something to be visually engaged with.
Yeah, because remember the argument that this video that I'm looking for, this guy who he talked about how his father was in the State Department, his mother worked overseas, and how all these bureaucratic forms have nothing to do with representing anybody. And you have to ask yourself, is democracy the biggest and oldest no true Scotsman argument? Because if you talk about a democracy, there's all these tangential arguments that you have to go, because people wouldn't say, okay, what is a how do you define a democracy? Because if you define a democracy the way it's defined now is you have rights for women, rights for minorities, voting for a certain amount of days before and after the election. So how do you define democracy? It's a no true Scotsman argument. Because if you notice, democracy just settles in for civility. And that's what I'm trying to argue, is that this argument for democracy is really just an argument for keeping the status quo of the oligarchical elite, because it tells you, oh, you don't shake anything up. Everything's perfect and pretty and beautiful. Don't shake anything up.
But then, by what authority do you want the presidency to be more empowered right now? If you're also saying,
I want the president to be an absolute monarch, like they wanted to give to George Washington. Remember, they offered Washington monarchy, and he just couldn't take it because he had no heirs, and he didn't want to put a newly country, through a civil war.
No, that's not what happened. We would like a source of them offering George Washington.
Okay, I will give that
monarchy.
to you. Hold on.
Thank you. Like I said earlier, Imperius, you got to be careful with him because he'll pick and choose what founding father ideals he wants to put on a pedestal while also shitting on others. And you see him do that repeatedly.
I'll be
I don't
fair
think anybody's
when talking about the founding fathers specifically to him, which is like there's 3 fucking dozen that you can draw upon, and they constantly argued with each other.
Yeah, I don't. We're talking about what's actually put in the Constitution. So he picks and chooses, what words he wants to live by and what words he doesn't. So the ideal of no monarchy, the ideal of democracy, that was obviously a founding father as a whole thing, and that's what was enshrined in the Constitution. But you hear him talking, he's just like, yeah, we need a monarchy. And they specifically talked against that in the Federalist Papers, at the Federal Convention, at the state ratifying conventions. They specifically talk against a monarchy, and yet he sits here and talks about how we should. Yes, they did. And on top, yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
No, they didn't. The Federalist Papers discuss how to balance, because again, the argument is always, do you balance power into a sole individual or do you balance it into a legislature?
And they chose to balance it.
And they discussed.
Thank you for proving that point. And on top of that, they talked about Congress being the closest to
No, they didn't.
people.
No, they didn't.
Okay. All right.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't, because again, I just posted in the back of notes. I just posted the link. The Newber letter. I just posted it in the back chat. I just posted it.
Hold up. I can look at it.
I don't have access to the screen, you fuck.
I'm not talking to you, dumbass. But I can read about myself. But if we're talking to everybody, then it'd be better to put it on the big screen.
They offered him monarchy.
Okay.
They were going. Did you know that if he didn't reject it, they were going to take up arms and forcibly make him king? You don't understand. Why is it that in every single conflict in human history, it reverts to a monarchy?
It's funny how they had if he rejected it, they were going to take up arms. Take up arms against who? Everybody wanted it.
Why did Lincoln get rid of habeas corpus?
Take up arms against who?
Take up arms against the Constitutional Convention.
Okay, so, and he rejected it, and why would they have to take up arms
against the Constitutional? He had no heir.
Why would he had no heir? Okay, why would he have to? Why would they have to take up arms against the Constitutional
Because
Convention?
anybody that
that's what the
resisted
founding
putting him in
fathers
as
wanted to
king.
give him. The
That's
Constitutional
my
Convention
point.
is
There
the
were
founding.
competing interests.
Yeah,
There
we
were
know that,
competing interests.
but the way that you talk, you would think that it
No,
was
I'm
a
saying
thing that they wanted, that everybody
he was
wanted to do.
offered
You can,
monarchy.
yeah, sure,
He
you can
was
say a
offered
dozen.
monarchy.
You could. This is the abstract bullshit that I'd be talking about.
It's not
You can take
abstract. It's
12
the
out of the
letter.
55
They
or
wrote him
59
a
or
letter
whatever. That's
offering
great.
their
You can take.
support.
Imperious, are you going to shut up or are you going to keep on monologuing?
They wrote him the letter.
Let me know when you're done. Imperious.
I will. I'll let you know.
Okay,
they wrote
let me
him the
know.
letter and said, if you want it, we'll give it to you. We'll support you and kill for you. So if you don't think there was a competing, and the only reason Washington said no was because he had no heir and he didn't want the new nation to go into a civil war when he died. You think, like, what do you think? Washington was this like divine creature that he didn't want power? When Washington didn't take his oath on the Constitution. Do you know that?
You done talking?
Like he did not take the oath to the Constitution. You fuck.
Are you going to monologue?
He didn't
Are you
take
going to
an
monologue?
oath.
Are you going to keep monologuing? Do I need to turn my mic up to talk over you, or are you
Did
going to
he
shut
take
up?
an oath
I
to
can
the
turn my mic up.
Constitution?
Okay, I'll turn my mic up.
Did he take an oath to the Constitution or no? Did he take an oath to the Constitution to
Imperious,
himself?
we're talking abstract. There's
I know,
55 or
I said
59 or something
indirectly.
like that. There's
Abstract
55 or
is his
59
direct
or something
speech.
like that framers of the Constitution at the Federal Convention.
Did he
So
or
yeah,
did
sure,
he
you might
not
be able to
take
say
an
like
oath to
12 or
himself?
so of them made this
Did he
letter and
take an
sent
oath
it
to
to them.
himself or no?
Sent it to him rather.
Did he take an oath to
And that
himself
still
or to
would
the
mean
Constitution?
that the majority of them didn't approve of it. That is the point, is that he talks in abstracts as if he has a point and he doesn't. They're talking about, oh, well, George Washington didn't want to do this because he didn't have heirs. It's irrelevant because he did 2 terms and then he stepped down. He still could have stayed for 3 terms. He could have stayed until he died and it still wouldn't have been a monarchy and it still would have fell into the frame of the Constitution because there was no Constitution, there was no presidential limits. So he did 2 terms and then he stepped down. For the Federal Convention, after the Revolutionary War, he had retired himself to a life of no more politics, whatever. They had multiple people had to convince him, James Madison being one of the, or Alexander Hamilton, one of the two, being, you know, the one of the main ones doing it, to convince him to come to the Federal Convention, where he didn't really speak at all. So yes, this, you know, Imperious, the way that he describes George Washington, you would think that he was anxious to get back on and be the president or be in this limelight of politics, but really he wasn't, and that is shown throughout all historical documents.
Notice how I said Washington rejected it. The argument was not about what Washington. This is my point. You just questioned
if Washington was. You just questioned me if I felt like, if you said, did I think that you were like, do you think Washington is an angel or whatever, or do you think he wasn't attracted by power or whatnot? That is what you said.
Yeah, exactly, and he
okay,
was.
So I'm answering to that.
And so,
no, he wasn't to the point that you were talking about. It wasn't just not having heirs.
And
that he didn't do the monarchy. Otherwise, he would have stayed. Otherwise, he would have stayed.
How was his health after the second term? How was his health?
Say it again.
How was his health after his second term?
I don't think he passed.
Why do you think he didn't take a third term? Because he probably couldn't physically do it. He couldn't physically do it.
That's your opinion.
No, it's not. It's not. He died shortly after. He died shortly after office. Like, I don't understand. Like, dude, you're taking what I said about what
that still doesn't negate anything. Even if that is to be the case, that still doesn't negate anything else I said.
Sir, you I let you talk and ramble. I didn't say anything.
Yeah, after you talked and rambled.
Because what I'm saying is factually correct,
you did say
it's not
stuff.
an
I
opinion.
just kept on talking over you, and you
no, because what you're saying is factually inaccurate.
Okay.
I cited you the letter.
What did I say? What did I say that's factually inaccurate?
Into which the majority of representatives offered him kingship.
Okay. 1782.
So hold on. Can I finish?
You're bringing up a letter from 1782, and we're talking about the Federal Convention of 1787.
So that was prior to the Constitution being even a
exactly. So the founding fathers, the framers, not the majority of them,
even conceived the Constitution. They wanted a monarchy.
That's not the founding fathers if the country's not even existing.
Yes, that was the majority of the representatives at the Constitutional Convention. That was what I'm telling. They wrote the letter saying
5 years prior, during the Articles of Confederation, not after the Constitution had been drafted. Exactly. That's completely irrelevant. You can't go, oh, they did it 5 years ago when the Constitution. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
So it doesn't matter that the same people.
No, it doesn't matter. It's the same people because it's 5 years prior. It's without the Constitution in view. It's without the Constitution in view. Bring it up if the Constitution is in view. Stop bringing up 5 years prior. There's no Constitution at all.
Why did he not take the oath of office on the Constitution?
This is exactly what I mean. This
No,
is
you're just
proving my
moving
point.
it
The
again.
revisionist history.
You're moving. There's
proving
no
my point.
revisionist. They wrote him the letter saying you can be king if you want it. He decided solely not to take it. That was my argument. And so because they couldn't have a king, because he's the only person that could be king, they had to go with an oligarchy. They had to make the most restrictive type of government for the people aside from a monarchy. The entire point was that because Washington did not accept monarchy, they had to create this whole idea. That's the whole point.
There was I feel like I remember a situation where Alexander Hamilton actually conspired with officers to help put Washington as king, and Washington told him to fuck off.
So
I had to
you're
look up
agreeing
the
with me.
details about that.
So you're agreeing with me that the most of the founders wanted him and he just didn't.
First of all, 5 years prior to the Constitution is different than having the Constitution in view. 2, I'm still disagreeing with you. Even if I give you that 5 years prior, the majority of them had the same view as they would have had in 1787 with the Constitution in view. Your argument was that he didn't take it because he had no heirs. He and his health was bad at the end of the 2 terms. That's why he didn't go for a third. We have 1782. I don't think this is the same thing, though it might be. The situation with Alexander Hamilton conspiring with officers to put Washington on that pedestal, and Washington told him to fuck off. And that is before his health went bad, and that is knowing he had no heirs, and he still had time to make heirs, assuming that he, was fertile or whatever. But so yeah, my argument is still against you saying that the only reason he turned down monarchy was because he had no heirs. He turned it down on 2 separate occasions, not necessarily monarchy, but to be ruler for longer than 8 years, with the Constitution in view and without the Constitution in view.
What he did, okay, he was in his late 50s, early 60s when he was president. His wife was not able to produce an heir. Okay? He could not just divorce, get rid of her, and have it. No, it's not how it worked. So 1, he had no heirs. 2, just as he stated in the Whiskey Rebellion, his primary focus when he was president and during his time as authority figure was to make sure the young nation survived. He was a monarch. He took the army and went after American citizens. Okay? There was not one single objection to anything Washington did by Congress or the courts or anything. He was king. Okay? The reason he didn't have to talk, the reason he didn't have to talk at the convention was because just like Putin, he was guiding the Constitution.
Yeah, he was definitely the focal figure. They looked at, I feel like you're kind of proving my point. They looked at him as not a monarch, and which is why they were willing to write the Constitution.
Because without his legitimacy, the Constitution could never have been passed.
Okay, so
that's why they needed him.
That's the point. Is that they looked at him as this incredible
king.
No, a character with morals. Or excuse me, a person with character and a person with
they saw him as the leader of the armed forces,
which is why they accepted the role of him as president and wrote the Constitution with him in mind, was because he was the best of them. He was the best of them, and they looked at him. He won't abuse his power. He won't turn out to be a monarch. He won't turn out to be a negative or a despot or whatever, like we just fought against. And that is one man. But they also recognized that there was others coming after him, which is why they had the checks and balances.
And
which is why they said Congress is closest to the people. You understand that
even during the war, we would have reunified under a monarchy if they just would have represented us. You don't understand that we were all no. Washington, Jefferson, Adams, all them would have reunified. All the king had to do was, okay, give us a place in Parliament so you could hear us.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into like we don't know what
transpired
after the fact. But
this is not after. Fine. This is before.
No, I understand. I'm saying that if in that alternative history, if that had happened, we don't know what would have transpired.
But that's not alternative history. They stated this. No, they stated this.
I understand that they stated that. I'm not saying that that's alternative history that they stated. What I'm saying is that had happened.
Washington was the quote best of us.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they
John
did.
Hancock
Every
was
action.
best of us.
Okay.
No, John Hancock was best of
Okay.
us. That's why he was the first to sign the Declaration, and that's why he
That's
was
not
the one that signed it the largest.
if he was the best of them, he would have
He
been
was the best of us.
Okay. Well, agree to
No, he
disagree.
wouldn't have. No,
Agree to
because
disagree.
what is the
Agree to
best of us
disagree.
and what makes a
The-
president is two different things.
Okay. Well, the best of us in the to be
No,
in the
that's why
position
the
of
Pope
president to
wasn't
be.
king.
That's what
That's
I'm
why
saying.
the Pope wasn't king.
And the best of
What
us
the
to
best
be in
of
that
us and
position is
who
what
the
I'm saying.
monarch is two different things.
Okay, the best of us to be in that position.
No, but that's not that's a completely
That is the
separate
case.
thing.
Otherwise, the Constitution would be written for Jan Hancock if he
Again,
was the
so
best
you're
of them to
agreeing
be
with
in
me
that position.
again. The best fit for the monarch is not necessarily the
You
best
keep on
of
saying
us.
a monarch, the best fit to be president with the powers that president held
was a
under the
monarch.
Constitution. No, he wasn't.
The president was
No,
a
he wasn't.
monarch.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't.
Why?
And you keep on saying monarchy, and then you keep on referring back to Britain as if the Constitution and the monarchy that Britain had are the same exact thing, or even similar things.
It was a constitutional monarchy.
Okay, buddy.
It was. What is it? Then?
Define a constitutional monarchy.
A constitution, restricted monarchy.
No,
So what
okay,
it is
you're
the
giving a
monarch is
circular
the head of
definition.
state. The monarch is the head of state.
Mhm.
And is restricted at some things by a legislature of some type.
And how is that legislator chosen? How is that legislator chosen?
Sometimes it's appointed by the king.
Okay,
Like
yeah.
the
and other
Duma
times-
in Russia.
Yeah, okay. And
That's
where
a
does the
constitutional
judicial
monarchy.
branch fall in that?
There doesn't need to be a judicial
Okay, so
branch.
it's not a constitutional monarchy.
Why? Why does that mean? What are you talking
You just
about?
told us how it's not.
Of
You have
course
three
it's
branches. You have
completely
three branches
separate.
of government that are
No, you
equal, that are
don't.
constantly
No,
checking
you
each other's
don't.
powers.
Why do you
Okay.
need three branches to have a democracy?
That is unique to
You
the
don't.
American system.
Yeah, that's unique
No,
to
but
us.
we're talking about whether the U.S. Constitution
No, we're talking about
established a
democracy. You just
constitutional.
brought out all
I'm not-
kinds
I'm
of
not-
things.
I'm talking about constitutional. We're talking about whether the Constitution put a constitutional
Constitution
monarchy
did not make the
in power.
courts equal to Article 1 and 2.
Okay, I didn't say it did.
So how do you say? What are you talking about? Marbury versus Madison, the courts gave themselves power.
Okay, so in a monarchy, who has the most power in a monarchy?
The monarch.
And who has the most power in the Constitution?
Depends what the Constitution states.
I'll give you a hint. It's in Article 1. That's why it's the
No,
first
that's
one. Right?
Article
That's
1
why
of
it's
the United
that's why it's
States
the first one.
Constitution.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, when I
That
say
doesn't mean
Constitution, I mean the only
that doesn't
Constitution that
mean
matters,
the
which is the
United States is the
Constitution.
Wait.
It's
The fundamental issue that you guys are running into is there's only two forms of government.
There's three. There's
no,
monarchy,
kingdom and the
oligarchy, and
republic.
democracy.
Well, no,
There's
the kingdom
monarchy,
and the
oligarchy, and democracy.
It's a kingdom or a republic. At the end.
No, it's or democracy or a straight democracy. You can have representative democracy, you can have a republic, a representative republic, or an oligarchy, or you can have a monarchy. There's three.
All republics are democracies, but not all democracies are republics. So it's either kingdom or democracy. How about that? It's either kingdom or democracy.
Or you can have an oligarchy instead of a monarchy.
An oligarchy is still even a republic because
no. You can have a royal monarchy where you can have a group of families like you did in the Holy Roman Empire that cycled through who ruled it.
Well, they would still
No, but it was on hereditary. It was on hereditary. No, it had no election. There was no election.
You even had elected, but you also had.
No, there was no elected election. No. That's
not
the
in
whole
that
thing.
system. No. Not in that system, Imperius. But there were rules.
Oh yeah, there were
that
for
had
sure.
elective monarchies.
Yes. Of course. That's what I was trying to explain to him.
So
a constitutional monarchy, you can create it however you want it.
Well, that
for example, like I said, the Duma.
The only forms of government are a kingdom, i.e., a hereditary rule, or a republic, i.e., democracy.
No, because then again, a kingdom the power can be spread to brothers, like it was in Spain, in Aragon, or it could be in a singular man.
The democracy, the system of government.
Because it's oligarchy and the only difference between oligarchy and monarchy is the number of individuals. Monarchy is a sole proprietorship. Is the sole proprietorship. One man, one voice, one rule.
Hold on, time out. Yeti, I am mad at you, not really, but because of you asking me to do a specific stream on white nationalism, I have a friend of the show, Industrico, who wants me to do an in-depth, I don't know if it's a stream or short-term videos on the different factions of white nationalism. compare and contrast. So you started a whole trend, and because I did it for you, I have to do it for other people who request things, who are part of the Discord or friends of the show.
And that
You
would be
started a
interesting, I think,
trend.
too. I think that
Well,
would
I
be
mean, it
interesting to
would
see the
be.
variants of like where do they go from the way end of like the redneck, tooth missing KKK guys to like the NLR members, the Nazi lowriders of like the prison gangs. You know what I mean? To see the different.
Or even your Richard Spencer types who are like
Yeah,
all
yeah,
over the
exactly. Or
fucking
your
map.
academic type, like your what's his name? What's the old guy's name that did
Uncle Taylor, Jared Taylor.
White. He says white and everything. What's his
White
name?
man.
Yeah, white.
He did an interview with a Chinese gentleman. He's an American Chinese person, and I think I
Yeah,
showed.
he grew up in Japan. He actually grew up in Japan. The guy.
Yeah, Jared Taylor's father was in the
Jared
military.
Taylor, that's his name. There you go. So yeah, I think that would be a great stream you should do because I think that's informative.
I would love to do one about FBA's Chuko Igwe, but I don't know enough about them.
That's why I think we got to get I think you get a panel going, and I think you get Blumpkin, you get a couple other people that actually know people in that kind of sphere that can kind of hash it out.
The problem is because I am a organizationally I'm a former white nationalist. Ideologically,
okay, I didn't know that. Okay, interesting.
So I'm not going to let anybody come on my panel and say, "Oh, white nationalism is the way to go," because it's all full of a bunch of retards.
Yeah, it's full of shit. No, I'm not saying promote it. I'm saying as in dig deep.
Well, I'm not gonna let FBAs promote their shit either. And like,
I get that's your channel. That's your preference. You're not going to promote a racial preference. I get that. That's make it even so that you don't get the bullshit.
I don't believe in racial supremacy. There's nothing about your genetics.
Yeah, I don't either. I'm Catholic. I'm Catholic.
Well,
I don't.
Well, I'm not even Catholic, but it's a
no, but
fact.
Orthodox don't either. By definition, Orthodox don't either.
Well, I'm not Orthodox either. Some stuff came up. I try my best to follow Christ. I listen to a little bit of everyone.
That's fine. I'm just saying, but by definition, Orthodox Catholics we can't be.
I don't think Christians can't be in general.
Well, Protestants can. That's a whole different matter.
That's rejecting race the most.
Christian.
Well, because remember, KKK is a Protestant group. They hate Catholics more than blacks. They hung. Do you want to read the number of Catholics and Catholic churches they burned down, and nuns they killed, and priests they killed?
I would actually be interested in that because a lot of the statistics I see.
Just like people forget that Mustache Man killed more gypsies than he did Star people.
Yeah, fair.
He killed more Russians than he did Star people. In Germany, Russian Germans.
I will definitely be doing this if people want to join the Discord and shoot me some information where I can find stuff about FBAs. I will gladly do that as an outside perspective. But even though it may not seem like it, I'm very big on respect, and I think letting people who are either part of the group or who have left the group would be a respectful thing to do to them. Just like me being a former white nationalist, me talking about what I know is kind of like the most respectful you can get for somebody who's anti that. Because at this point, I am politically anti those groups.
But you're like that dude. You ever seen that channel Fresh Out? Big Herc? You ever watched him? He's a ex, big black dude, dark as night, dude. Ex prison guy. He went to serve 15 years for bank robbery in federal prison. Comes out and he has every people from all the racial gangs, talking about, you guys don't know what goes on. You guys better not join this shit. Don't know it. They'll all stab you in the back. They don't believe in what they say. They're all fucking rat. You know what I mean? Showing the reality of that shit.
What made me anti-white nationalist is I knew somebody, a young girl whose father was in those prison gangs, and now that he's out, he's a white nationalist. But it was her stepfather. But he abused her, but yet he'll do it with SS tattoos on his neck. Do that to a pretty young white girl, and like
they don't
see a bunch of hypocrisy. Yeah, they don't care.
It's the same thing as the FBAs. It's the same fucking thing as the FBAs. They won't talk about all the blacks killing each other, which they should stop their own shit. They'll talk about white people all the time. Same thing with these KKK people.
It's like the issue with white nationalism. It falls into the same trap that all supremacist thought does, which is, if being white makes me inherently superior, I don't have to improve myself because there's always another reason for it.
You talk about inward looking, and they reject you. You'd say, "Hey, we need to look at ourselves first."
Let's just be real to it. Let's be real. It is a abject refutation of God's order, and because of that, you die. That's what racism is. God told you, you are one under me. Black or white, man or woman, Gentile or Jew, no more. He literally said it.
Fair.
And if you refute and you fight against God, you'll burn. That's the end of it. I don't need another argument. I don't care about anything other than that. You're refuting and arguing against a divine edict. What happened throughout most of history if you did that, Orthodox?
Foreigners took your country. They took your daughters. They took your land. They took your wealth. Your country burned. Your people withered away and died.
And what happened if you were in a country that followed those things and you tried to do that?
You were put to death for treason.
Thank you.
It's a historical fact for those white nationalists and FBAs who still want to cling on to race.
Yeah.
Scientifically speaking, I accept race as a reason for outcome, but I also believe in that Christian meritocracy where every man, woman, and child under
It is
God
called the parable of the talents. Christ spoke of it. If you are given more talents by what you are obligated to serve more. And if you're down at the bottom, let's say a poor African or whatever, how people would say it, you're obligated to do the most that you can, and the people at the top are obligated to help you do those things.
That's why when I speak on race, I speak on the issues that people like low IQ and like genetics cause. That's why I have a genetic argument.
And exactly, and it is what's that song? What's that band from Canada? Rush. What they say in that song, "Closer to the Heart." And the men who hold the high places must be the one who starts to form a new reality closer to the heart. Now, what were they referring to closer to the heart? The Sacred Heart of Christ.
Yeah. And that's ultimately why I believe that Christianity is superior because it breeds.
It is superior by definition and by reality and by factual identification.
Well, even from an atheistic point of view, it's superior for those reasons.
That's why the atheists say they're cultural Christians, because you can't argue about the results. And that is the end of the argument of racism. You may see me say all this crazy shit.
No, but Imperious,
there cannot be any racism.
We're race traders. Imperious, we're race traders.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Well, like I said, I want to know how many race traders.
No, I'm a race trader for pushing meritocracy.
Well, I want to know how many race traders in the Roman army killed their fellow centurions who were from North Africa, from the Middle East. We're from
Imperious. But you know who's not a race trader? The guy I know who raped his stepdaughter.
Well, of course. You know what? Who cares if you do it to your own, right?
Yeah, he's not a race trader. He's doing divine. He's doing like divine wignattery work. You know.
This is the thing. Human hate is a circular, infinite regression. People will hate forever. The only thing that can come between that is an edict from a higher power that says you don't get to hate anymore. You must let it go, or you don't get to exist. That's the end of it. It's not that hard. Like this idea of racial supremacy. Yes, there is a racial reality that races are different. Some have superiorities over others. But the direction by the concept of perfection and the concept of power itself has dictated to you that those with the more power that have been given the gifts have a responsibility for their own salvation's sake to help the ones with less.
Oh, what's up, Sharon? How you doing, buddy? You can hit panel.
And Sharon, you should have seen what I did to Sharon this morning.
What'd you do?
Oh, dude, I just brought up the whole epistemological argument. And once, like I said, I asked the question in good faith once.
Being a black man right now, I'm eating 2 fried chicken breasts.
What is the epistemological foundation that a person has to prescribe any moral or civic virtue? And he didn't want to answer that, so I just called him a dumb nigger. And that's the end of it. I give somebody a 1 point, one chance to answer the argument, or I know you're bad faith. I will ask this to the black community forever, and it's not only black. I will ask to the white community as well. It's just more often than not, I see white people at least have some kind of identification that they have to have a moral foundation to prescribe anything, not just I feel like it's bad. And Sharon just says, like I asked the amazing Lucas on his channel, and he spurred out too. What if tomorrow
I'm back.
the majority of the population repealed the 13th Amendment and slavery was reintroduced? Why would that be wrong by your paradigm?
Well, empirics, the reason why they can't answer that is because they have no foundation to their morals.
It's just exactly. And to me, and then when I go back to them, I say to people, well, I'm bigger, stronger, faster, built to hurt. And if you're going to say it comes between an inflection point, a shatter point, between two forces of will, that means me, as someone with a moral foundation, can do anything they want to you because I have what is called justification. The only difference between murder and killing is justification.
Yep.
And so, and this is what I'm saying. They don't go down the path. It's called reductum ad infinitum. You take their the opposite of their argument and you break it down to its absurd conclusion. Like I was in the National Forensic League in college. I used to debate like semi-professionally. There's all kinds of ways that they're trying. They don't even understand the concept.
Bit rusty now, aren't
of
you?
what I said, moral ambiguity to them. He didn't even know what moral ambiguity meant.
That's also, for the layman's in the chat, that's also called steel manning.
All right,
Exactly.
So Mayo Monkey, their morals are external via police and government. Would you guys agree with that? I kind of
Well, no, their morals are what they feel. No, I don't
What does
even
that
think
even
that.
mean?
No, I think their morals are what they
The
feel.
morals are
and
external
then
via police and government? Or
and
is
then
he saying that's how
they force the police and government to impose their morals. It's not that they look to the government for their morals. They form the government to impose their morals on other people. That's what liberals do.
I think that's what Mayo.
That's why
I think
conservatives need to wake the F up. Conservatives don't play the game.
I think that's what Mayo.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what he's saying, I agree with him. Conservatives need to wake the F up. Power doesn't ask permission. The liberals don't ask permission when they get power.
They just
Obama just made DACA. And for some odd reason, the Supreme Court says Trump can't rescind it. The only one executive order that can never be rescinded. Why? Because we've deferred, and that would be too unpalatable to the white women who defer the power of society to what? Like I said again, civility. It's not civil to see the Elian Gonzalez dragged out of his house like he was in 1998 under the Clinton regime.
Well, the Supreme Court rejected Trump's executive order or whatever attempt to overrule it because on procedural grounds, not because it should stand. So maybe
no, but that's the whole point. There is no procedural AMA. There is no APA motion. There is no administrative motion to oversee the removal of an executive order.
You gotta wait a second, buddy. We have
An executive order can be rescinded just as fast as it was made because it was by Article 2. It doesn't matter who in Article 2 made it. Article 2 made it. Article 2 can rescind.
All right. Hold it down. We got a question for you.
I'm sorry.
Aren't you describing the white man's?
We're getting to the real fundamental reality now. Yes. There's a segment of the white population that feels just like they did in the 1800s, that they need to go and civilize the world. And to me, that's more racist than anything. I don't need to civilize black people if they don't want it. Let them kill each other. That's not my problem. It's me. That's their own problem. I don't see them as some useless animal that can't fix themselves. See, I'm the one that sees them as human. Because in the end, remember, white people went through total times of massacring each other. White people went at times where we reverted back to primitive stupidity. The Salem witch trials. White people have done stupid shit.
Some of them were actually witches, though. Don't get that shit twisted, okay?
Well, yeah, I mean, look at these porn stars nowadays. I mean, you don't think they were witches?
Hey! we would not have all witch girl slander on this panel.
Well, we're not talking about the cute, nice witches. We're not talking about Glinda. We're talking about these ones who use dildos for their concoctions.
Bro, I'm fine.
They fly on a dildo. They fly on a dildo, not a stick. You know what I mean?
I can fly on my. I'm gonna be quiet now. I'm gonna go back to eating my chicken. I'm gonna be a black
I'll
man.
take removal of the 19th. Yeah, that's probably first, preferable. I think 19th is probably the most harmful first because I don't care I don't care the method. I don't care the color of a man. Two men who hate each other. Look at the prison system. Two men who hate each other have different colors. Can it start to agree and create a system if there's money to be made and there's progress for both sides to do it? Women won't do that. Okay. They will not make a system that can work together, no matter what. It's just
In 8
impossible.
ways, fair use and free use was developed for the alt girl witches. It has nothing to do with copyright. I agree.
It's called passing it around. It's called the stranger. Has anyone done the stranger to a girl or no? Where you're banging a girl from behind, you have your buddy come in the room, swap with you, and you go outside the window and wave to your girl.
No, because I don't like sharing my alt witch girls, but that sounds fucking
Oh, okay. I was just wondering. Okay.
That's fucking crazy.
True greed is not sharing the alt witch girls with your homies.
Dude, Bumpkin, you gotta understand, dude. A frat house is a bunch of time to invent a bunch of shit, dude. You know, to just go. We're just talking about degenerate shit, dude.
I don't like sharing, bro. I'm very territorial. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I don't share either. It's just a joke, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know, them frat houses be wild. Y'all do a lot of that secret shit, man. But
not me. I actually kind of shut a lot of that shit down at my because I'm a piece of shit. But anyways, I'm a legacy, so I didn't have to rush or anything. My uncle and my dad were both Sigma dudes. So when I joined, I was just like, I walked in. I told him this. I walked in the front of our fucking house and put a big crucifix in there, and I said, any motherfuckers that does any of this shit that I wouldn't want, and the Catholic Church wouldn't want in the front room of this house, you're gonna get fucked up. And so that was how it was. I fucked people up, and that's how it goes.
Bro bought back the Inquisition. God damn.
No, it's just I don't settle. I don't jeopardize who I am.
Wait,
what did Scarface say? I have my word and my balls, and I don't give them up for anyone.
But Wildest Wake Up Show, are you on Bumpkin's channel? So
yeah, he's on my channel probably.
The other channel, I'll drop.
And like I said, I would love to have a polite conversation with Sharon. But I don't want. If he's going to be any kind, you know me, I will just nuke the whole thing. If you're going to give me any little even hint of it's not good fit, like I heard Garion's good fit, or not Garion. What is his fucking name? You sound like Garion sometimes. Sorry. But he sounds just. I mean, I had no problem making the arguments and arguing. He's good faith. He's putting forward his argument and what he believed.
Random.
He can mad at a man.
Who's talking about me?
Yeah.
Who's Gary?
I can't. Garion's another.
Gar's Topics.
Gare's Topics.
Say it one more time.
From Gare's Topics. He has a YouTube channel. He's on here sometimes too. He just sounds like
he's one of our co-hosts.
Yeah, Darius, I like having back and forth with you at times because you're educated on topics, but sometimes you just kind of overdo it and you only want to
Yeah, of course, but that's because
speak of the devil.
There he is. There's Garion. He's more in the mood to go beat off the low or something, probably, right?
Hey, we don't insult. We are nepotistic around here. We don't insult panel hosts because that's not an insult. Low is a very attractive mix.
Oh, she got mad at me. I think she's actually sincerely mad at me though now. Because
what did you do this time?
Well, I think I went a little too. I went with her when her grandma was in the chat, I think.
Oh no, you
and so I was saying so I think I said in the chat when her grandma was there, I think I said to Gary and ask her how many gallons of nut has been on her face through her life or something like that.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Evil.
So I do generally kind of feel bad if that's what happened. Because because I didn't even know her grandma was on there. I was just fucking, you know what I mean? But yeah, so if anyone does tell her, I do feel kind of genuinely bad about that. I wasn't trying to F with her grandma there.
Oh my God, Imperius does have a heart and a soul. That's crazy.
Well, that's just kind of out of line. I mean, that's out of the top. Nice old grandma, dude. You know what I mean? Come on, dude.
Imperius be like, that's even out of pocket for me, bro. I'm just fucking with you, bro. But no, I mean, by and large, I agree with Imperius on a lot of things. I'm just not Catholic.
I'm a complete asshole. Don't agree with me on much unless you're gonna flesh it out a little more. I'm just a piece of shit that's been jaded in life by all the idiots I have to deal with all the time. I'll be back in a little while. I gotta walk this fat dog. I gotta take this dog for a fat shit. I'll be back in like 10-15 minutes.
I guess he's walking 111.
That was pretty smooth.
But how's everybody doing today? I had to eat my dinner and take care of some stuff. So I heard a lot of y'all's argument.
Yeah, I got this gin today. It's fucking based. Tastes awesome. So it's a fucking Canadian one called Gin Sauvage, I think.
Gin Sauvage?
Yeah. Very intense flavor. They described it as foresty, so I was like, fuck it, why not? And it is certainly delivered. You know, I don't know how often you can really find it in the States. Someone gifted it to me.
I like Imperius until he starts yelling over people. I mean, I like Imperius because he does that. Because a lot of people on these internet debates, especially the more civil-minded they are, the more they drone the fuck on and just try to make irrelevant, dumbass fucking points.
We can't yap a little bit?
I hate yapping, bro. Like, I hate it.
Sometimes we get lost in our train of thought.
I do it too, and I hate that I do it. That's why I don't like it the most. That's why I'm the most critical. Any action that I see myself doing that I think is negative, I'm more critical on from myself and other people. Like the droning on and on and on, I tend to do that, so I'm more critical. I love this king of South African Wakanda who could not organize a fucking brothel. Speaking of, when you came for free money, but I got 4K video of your country's genocide instead. But what's up, Jim? How you doing? You can hit the panel if you want to, Bubba.
How long is it? Let me see how long this has been going. Oh, it's been a little minute.
Yeah, almost 2 hours. I don't like that out of anyone. PTSD, I won't listen to people yell. I mean, I understand. I get it. Trust me, I do. But I'm so fucked up in the head for my PTSD that it's like, just let it fucking roll. I've come to find that I thrive in chaos. Solid Snake, I don't really mind when Imperius does that. Neither do I. I do not know who you are. I will let you up, but I'm going to put an overlay above. Hello, Melina too.
Hi, it's Mela.
Oh, hello, Mela. I talked to you from Be Brave's panel, right?
That's correct.
Oh boy,
welcome.
No, I didn't come here to start anything chaotic. I'm just glad you're live.
Feel free, darling. Feel free.
I'm just glad you're live. Hey,
You know what?
What's the topic? What can I contribute to the topic?
Well, we have
constitutional talk.
We have 3 topics. Shilo Hendrix, No
okay.
Tip in South Africa right now. What's your opinion on the Shilo Hendrix drama? As a I actually have yet to hear a woman's opinion on this, regardless of where they stand.
I'm not familiar with that specificity. What I can say is that when it comes to the Constitution, I have some concerns. The Constitution indicates that blacks, specifically black men, are 3/5 of a human being. That has not been addressed.
It doesn't. Black men. It doesn't say black men in the
What
first
does
10
it
amendments.
say? Slaves?
It says enslaved people.
Yeah, enslaved people.
Enslaved persons, maybe.
Okay. With that in mind, let's consider the incarcerated, right? When a person becomes incarcerated, they're no longer allowed the privilege of being considered a citizen.
Well, they're still a citizen.
Pardon me?
They're still a citizen.
They're still a citizen, but they can be utilized for service.
Yeah,
right?
so
Yeah, they owe a debt to
Three-Fifths
society.
Compromise. Yeah, the Three-Fifths Compromise is one thing. And then the 13th Amendment
Yeah.
says no enslavement or indentured servitude or whatever without due process or except in the cases of due process or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it says. So
Okay.
by the Constitution, and that's not only black men either. That's just, now if you want to, obviously there's gripes with the way that the laws have
Right.
been.
It's a commingling
Yeah.
is what my emphasis is. There's a commingling with that. And my only concern is that when civics was not, it was no longer a curriculum in the public school, in elementary or, it wasn't there anymore. It's like all of a sudden there's no civics as a part of the curriculum. So people, young people who were attending as students, they weren't aware that if you commit a crime, you are subjugating yourself to the whims of what could otherwise have been your freedom. Like, and that's because I'm trying to figure out why people commit crimes, like literally, like, because it takes a decision to do that. And
I don't think anybody's confused that if you commit crime, you get locked up and lose your freedom.
Well,
And
the reason people commit crimes are socioeconomic. Yeah, they're multifaceted, but the big reasons are socioeconomics, low impulse control, low IQ, desperate need, which I don't see much of in the U.S.
There's
or revenge.
Sometimes it's personal trauma as well. Just like, a lot of people who grew up in foster care or whatnot, they'll
not trust in the system.
They'll not trust in the system. Yeah, it's like for a lot of people, if you like grow up in an orphanage and you spent your whole life getting diddled by your quote unquote caretaker, prison is an upgrade compared to where you would have been because at least you're getting your housing secured. They literally, there's some people who genuinely have nothing to lose by not doing a crime just because of how fucked they got.
That's
by the
crazy
system.
to me because there are people that have had the red carpet laid out for them, like you don't have anything to worry about, and eventually they mess it up.
Well, that's typically genetics and low impulse control.
Yeah.
When they do that, because
I think that they just get a lot of people that in certain socioeconomic statuses don't get caught with the stuff that they do because it's not really a victim crime. It's a victimless crime.
The history behind it was they were brutalized as a child for something.
Let me play a clip. Let me play a clip.
Okay,
for y'all. It's the only civics we need in America right now. All right.
Is it the Constitution?
Nope. It's something far better than the Constitution.
There's no such thing.
It's called fascism. Copy of the book when I get, and I'm supposed to get a new mic. That's why we're doing the fundraiser. If y'all want, chat, y'all want to hit the Cash App, we're doing a fundraiser for a very good mic and headphone set, so I can start reading some good books to y'all. I do want to read the Starship Troopers chapter by chapter because what I hear, the book is so much better than the movie. Imperius said he would buy me a copy.
I heard that too. Yeah.
And when he does, I'm going to do that for you guys. But let's watch this.
Very best.
The only thing that I hate about this clip is that fucking nub and how he just puts it on his fucking shoulder. If he did that to me, I would scream like a bitch. I am fucking weirded out by amputees.
Okay, that was the wowzer.
I
as a veteran,
go ahead, Miss Melina.
As a veteran, I too had to explain the difference to my sister. She just as a civilian, she couldn't comprehend what makes someone who has put themselves in harm's way for the interest of others as
Well,
significant,
it's
right?
it's civic duty. And here's the problem with America: we grant citizenship to everyone who is born here. Off the rip. So, you know, in that movie clip, yeah, you can make the argument the movie was meant to be a parody of fascism, da 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 da. But the simple fact of the matter is, something that is given has no value. That's true. You don't earn your citizenship. You don't earn your right to vote. You don't do anything in this current system. And I heard you say fascism is far worse. All random independent. That's propaganda, man. The 1920s and 1930s, that's all anti-blah, blah, blah propaganda. I'm talking about fascism at its strongest. That is citizen rights. That is putting the citizen of the nation over foreign interests, over government interests, over corporate interests. The will of the citizen, the will of the citizen is innate fascism. America in its founding was more fascistic than any other system now. Oh, hold on, I gotta give Miss Blue Jay. I gotta give Miss Blue Jay her wrench because she is a founder on the channel. How you doing, Blue Jay?
Oh,
what's up?
Definitely not worse than any system now. It's crazy to say. I
didn't say it was worse than any system now. Communism is
What'd you just say?
worse than our system we have now.
You just said. I thought you just said that the country at the founding was worse than any system we have now.
No, I said it was more fascistic than any system in existence ever was.
Okay, I don't have the history encyclopedia of fascism on me, but yeah, you can say that any system working at 100% utopia is a great system.
Well, the Starship Trooper, the Starship Trooper Society is not a utopia. The American founding
the fiction society, yeah, that's great that you bring up a fictional society.
Well, I just
say the
American
is pretty cool too.
I was going to say the American Society.
You got with that one.
I was going to say I was interrupted. It wasn't a got you like y'all think it is. The American Society was not a utopia. Or the American Founding Society was not a utopia. It was a damn good society.
Yeah, and we're better.
The American Society leading into World War I and World War II era was not a utopian society, and it was the best society that we ever had. Ancient Rome was not a utopia, but it was the best society until America was founded.
And we're better than all those.
It was the best.
That's the thing about democracies is that
when you use this term, it was the best.
Hold on. By what metric are we better than anywhere else now?
By anywhere else? Or any of those times that you mentioned?
Anywhere right now, America. Where are we better? Because we're not better in education. We're not better in healthcare. We're not better in research and development. We're not better. We're not better in the Freedom Index.
Our representation. Our
economy. The dollar is the standard. That's what makes us on top.
The dollar is standard because we are one of the largest economies, and we do.
The dollar is standard because of Bretton Woods and the world using the wealth we had to rebuild after World War II. We effectively standardized global trade, and the dollar was a more reliable resource.
But that doesn't make us better. That means that we're a tool.
It means
for
we
trade.
were able to centralize wealth towards ourselves, but especially since the end of the Cold War, we've been lacking quite a bit. We neglect our citizenry for the sake of short-term gains, and we rely on the inertia that we carry as the global superpower in order to enable our mistakes and enable our abuse of our citizenry.
I don't find that we neglect our citizenry. I find our citizenry is retarded and is very self-interested and short-term motivated.
That's not just something that happens.
I don't think that's a they thing. I don't think that's an external thing. That's an internal thing amongst ourselves.
Hey Jim, how you doing? I didn't see you back there. How you doing, Jim?
If I may comment on this, because I haven't spoken much, but this is something I have a lot of thoughts about. It very much is like an issue of like our citizenry, democracy is by the people, of the people, for the people, but the people are retarded. But you know, it's both the individuals and broader society's fault that it's like this, because America has engineered its citizenry. Public education does not exist to teach you. It exists to inoculate you to the monotony of modern American life.
Yes, it
You know,
does.
as J.D. Rockefeller put it, I think I might have messed up his initials. Rockefeller, the oil baron, he said he didn't want a nation of thinkers, he wanted a nation of workers. And that was what was shared. That was the sentiment shared by every single industry baron during the time of America's economic upswing. And we see the legacy of that to this day.
Was there
ever a time where the majority of Americans weren't workers?
The majority of
the point isn't to make like, that's not what I mean by thinkers and workers. Thinkers is someone who's able to inflect upon society and inflect upon themselves and wants to learn and is excited about learning instead of simply seeing it as something they're inherently averse to. A worker, as Rockefeller meant it. Hold on, let me turn off my phone alarm. My bad, gang.
One thing I'm going to interject. The day before I die, this image right here, this man and this lineage of what American are and what American is, this will be the hit. This will be the, instead of, bad man from World War II, in order for me to die a happy man, this image will be what people see when they think of fascism.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. It's just, I don't know. I think it's both the American individual's fault, because especially if English is your first language, you have more resources than anybody in the world in history to learn and improve your condition and learn about broader society and how the world works. Like, especially if you're confronted with the fact that, like, you have been raised to be ignorant in a lot of cases and you simply make an excuse or lash out at it, it becomes your fault. But it is also society's fault, and specifically American society's fault, for training ignorance in the population for the sake of being more convenient to manage politically and being more profitable to work in jobs. You know?
I mean, my thing is we have a lot of capital.
I just don't know when the U.S. was ever really that much different. I think we look at, we have nostalgia or these romanticize the past.
We weren't always a nation of thinkers, especially during the pre-industrial times. But back then, that's just the nature of agrarian pre-industrial society, and people still, especially our middle class, still had a desire to learn and contribute intellectually however they could.
But that's what I'm saying. I think that's a romanticization of the past. I don't know what that's being based off of.
It might have been. I imagine I am romanticizing it a bit, but I do
don't
concede
ground that easy.
And the reason I say, and one of the reasons I say this, because I was reading about, Massachusetts, I think, state ratification convention or state constitutional ratification convention. It was in Massachusetts or New Hampshire or Connecticut, and they had talked about how the amount of people voting on locally on things was like 10% of the voting population. It was something super low, but in my head before I had read that, I just assumed, or what I've been fed or whatever. I just assumed that people back then participated more in the process, and really it was worse than what it is today.
Political participation is more than just a vote, and a part of that is simply just the logistics of most people cannot even take one day off to go vote, as opposed to working on their phone.
Well, I'm just saying that I was romanticizing the past in that way. And I think that we do that a lot.
I don't want to romanticize the commoner, or whatever you want to call it.
Wait a minute. We also tend to think that we are better than the people in the past when we are quite simply usually.
Yeah, we're the same. I think I would say it's not worse in some aspects. At the very least, obviously the commoner was not like some giga enlightened, and Americans are all just like McDonald's sloppers or whatever you want to call it nowadays. But the fact of the matter is we have a much different attitude towards learning and towards education and towards ourselves, and our attitude towards what society should look like compared to those of the past. You can even see it in our legislature, in the span of 50 years, we've gone from reasonable debates in Congress to people screaming about fucking space lasers,
I think that throughout the U.S. history, there's always been, a pendulum swinging between intellectuals and intellectuals, and you kind of get that even from the founding onwards. Where in the founding, it was thinking about gentlemen in a sense of learned people, but then it soon became a thing about gentlemen were talked down about, and the people wanted someone that looked more like them, rugged, working class, etc. and then it kind of like ebbs and flows from there, where you have, you know, these periods of one or the other, or more leaning into one or the other. But even now, I mean, I don't think we're doing people the correct service. Orthodox is over here spitting bullshit about fascism, but it does say that he wanted to learn about fascism. He wanted to learn about a certain thing, and that's just where his eyes, and that's where he went. And it was fascism or political
You
thought.
say bullshit about fascism.
It's you know, agree to disagree. I think what he's spitting is bullshit. I think well, I said what you were spitting was, I mean, I didn't say bullshit, but I said you were wrong. I mean, calling the U.S. in the beginning of fascist when fascism key element is a dictator is kind of weird. But
we've had that. That's what he's saying. We've had that all throughout our country. Roosevelt,
you haven't had a
during World War II, was an absolute dictator.
I'm curious. You just got back, man.
No, I'm just saying in general, though. But anyways, hey, real quick, I'll shut up for a second. But Orthodox, you got to play that song I sent to you. Please play it.
But anyway, the point was, I think that there's a lot of learning
AI
going
generated
on.
song. It's just hilarious and it's catchy and peppy, dude.
Yeah.
All right, we'll play it.
This is so. Listen to the words, though.
Okay, I see where this is going. When the king speaks, you listen.
They tell me there's words that I can't say. All their stupid rules are fucking gay. They want me to think the N-word is wrong, but I'm not gonna play along. Nigga, I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Oh, when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah. I don't care if you get your feelings hurt. Your reaction to the word is worse. I'm just trying to watch my son play tag. Now please step away from my bag. Nigga, I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. But when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah.
I was blasting this today on the way to work.
Jesus, bro.
I yell the N-word every time I get robbed. Don't blame me, that's what they like to be called. I'm not a hater, I just love free speech. Now please keep your kid on a leash. Nigga, I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright, when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah, I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright, when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah.
You can't tell me this isn't catchy as fuck, dude.
It is, but I really don't like AI, I'll be honest. But we'll wait till after the song if we want to pivot to that. I don't want to interrupt you.
No, it's over. I just think it's what a great and what I mean, man. What do we need artists for? That's beautiful, man. I mean,
Oh my god.
that's catchier. That's a better song than anything Taylor Swift has ever put out.
You know you can make that shit yourself, right? What do you
I know
need
that's the
artists for?
joke.
If you
That's why
make
it's
it
so
yourself-
funny, dude. There's another one called I Say N-word at Night. That's a great one. I've been listening to also. It's a good one.
That is the link to the song. Please participate in the poll. Let me know if y'all think that was funny or not.
We
I
need the
think it
funny
was-
meter.
So yeah, Blue Jay, it is definitely 80s synthwave coded for sure.
Yeah.
It said, did you notice it said 1988 on the song, like it was made in
Yeah.
88 or something?
But
88, fascinating year.
Anyways, God, that's a great laugh, man. But anyway, yeah. So the problem is that he's talking fascism as an idea didn't exist until Italy, but the implementation of systems that were fascist was around a long time. Remember, during the founding, I mean, in the beginning, the government had absolute control over production. Like people, why do you think Whiskey Rebellion happened? Because they were taxing all the freaking all the whiskey and all the bourbon and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's like I do want to say this. I am not a fascist. Well, actually, some people would call me someone called me a left fascist. A bit
You
ago,
are
which I
you
think
are
is
a
pretty
you are
funny.
a you are a Stalinist fascist. Stalin was a fascist, whether people like to admit it or not. The fact that he was not an international globalist is what makes him a fascist. He was for socialism in one country. Me and you have talked a lot about our various ideologies.
Yeah, we
So
both came to the conclusion that like Stalin was fascist, and that's what makes him based.
yeah.
Muscle emoji. But yeah, like there's more to fascist theory, especially like early fascist theory independent than the existence of a dictatorship.
Yeah,
Like,
that's just
the point
totalitarianism. That's existed
the
since
point
ever.
Yeah, the point is class collaborationism as a system of government, which is like lower, middle, and upper class will be coordinated between the state and expressed through one form and one interest, where they can each get what they would like in society, for the end goal of creating a more coherent nation and protecting the citizenry of everyone within it. Typically, this was done through a dictator because those were the regimes that were most able to coordinate it and express these ideas. But strictly having a singular figurehead is not a principle of fascist theory in itself, especially if you go to the earlier ones like George Soros, who pioneered it with national syndicalism, as he called it at the time, and actually expressed a lot of grievance when Mussolini took power and organized the government the way he did, even if he liked the economic.
I have to interject here. Look, fuck fascism, fuck communism, fuck even democracy and constitutionalism. All right,
Monarchy.
We are fuck monarchy. We're entering into the Griffno state. All right,
The Griffno state.
The Griffno state.
Exactly.
Hit the Cash App if you support the show. Supply
Hit the cash gotta be like that song, damn it.
But there was something that Imperius messaged me right before hopping back on that he wanted us to go over.
Yeah, this was kind of the debate I was talking. You can skip the woman because she's just an idiot woman. But I wanted to hear you guys.
Hot? Is she hot?
No, she's an old bag. Dude. No,
that determines if we. Skip
no. If she was hot, we could watch. At least it's something to look at. But no, I mean, no, she's just dumb. She's just emotional, argumental. But I want you guys to listen to his idea of why he's saying that that a system is better operated through a monarchy or singular figure rule. He goes about it pretty interesting, because he really what he objects to is that the democracy and the oligarchy of today is really a straw man. Those don't exist. They exist in our mind. You'll see what I'm saying. I'll shut up. I'll let you guys hear what he said.
Oh no, but before we do that, I'm gonna finish out this poll and I'm gonna finish the last topic.
It's your show, dude. I'm just here.
It's the no tip gang. We're back on this because I caught a bunch of hate for saying I don't tip and I refuse to tip, and now here we go. It's a very simple thing.
I'll tip in like select circumstances, like some fucking 15-year-old kid is being like inserted by his father to work at like his Greek diner or whatever, and there's like no other way for him to save up money because his dad will take all of it. In that case, I think it's all right to tip, but generally it's way too pervasive in modern society, especially American society, I think.
How often do you see a 100-0 vote, dude?
Damn.
It was 100-0 unanimous in the Senate. How often do you get that?
Yeah, I was gonna say another reason that I will not be tipping is now apparently if it passes the House, it will be where they don't even have to pay taxes, and that was like the number one logical reason people were telling me to tip was because they have to pay taxes whether they do or don't, which is false. They pay taxes. They pay taxes on minimum wage because of their tips. Because it's assumed that they will make a minimum wage if they don't make it in tips. Anything past minimum wage, they're supposed to report and be tipped and be taxed on if it's income. But if you've ever worked as a cook or a waiter yourself, you know most waitresses and waiters do not report their tips.
Yeah,
you just hand it out at the end of the night. Cash handed out at the end of the night. You split it up. That's it.
Just to add to, not saying anything against what you said, but just to add two things I think I saw about this was, one, it was only up to 25K in tips, which is a crazy amount, though probably not that much for strippers. And
probably like normal if you
not that much for strippers.
Yeah, they probably get past 25K some pretty regularly. And two, it only is cash. So if you tip off your card, it doesn't technically count or something.
Yeah, it's specifically cash. Yeah.
But I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna grab some food, and my girl's
Hey,
coming
good
home,
seeing
so
you again,
y'all
man. Hey,
have a
good
night.
discussion.
Gonna be safe.
It's good having you.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll. Is that song funny because it's been past the 5-minute mark? So I love Demont. Let me pull up my clip real quick. The poll has ended, and as always, whenever we do a poll on here, this is my reply to the poll, no matter what the outcome is. This is always my reply in the Griffno state.
I love democracy. I love the republic.
So true.
For those of you who don't know, if I don't like where the poll is going, I will election rig the fuck out of that motherfucker. I didn't need to. I have like a more billion sock accounts, and I actually know how to election rig, unlike Dominion. Sometimes you got to give some votes against yourself, not just have a super high jump up.
Exactly. You can't just do like Saddam Hussein's.
Yeah, well, it can't be 199% to 1%. Then it's kind of obvious.
Yeah, you can't do like Saddam Hussein's baby basic bitch fucking election rigging where it's like 99%. Trust me, bro. It's got to be.
You got to do it like Putin. You got to do it like Putin, like 80-20.
I hate when I rig elections and they notice something's up, but then they start saying dumb shit about how they just know it. Like they know it was a rigged election, but then they're like, oh, well, we have too many people watching, but your viewership at one time was that high. Maybe they're just coming back and voting. It's like, nah, bro, fuck y'all. Because I don't do it. At that election, I don't do it to where it's a super majority. It's like 1 or 2% my guy in the lead, right? So I vote for this shit annoys the fuck out of me. I'm like, okay, maybe you're not as dumb as I thought, but you are dumb because you're questioning your viewer numbers. They're like, I rigged an election that had like 70 viewers, 77 views, I think it was, and it had like 85 viewers at the time. Like, well, this is crazy. I'm like, bro, like, not everybody's gonna be in these polls. Like, the fact that they're having a conniption and they're like, they know something's wrong and all. It's annoying to me because like I got caught without getting caught. Of course, they didn't blame me because I'm subversive.
That's the most frustrating thing. That's like top 5 most frustrating things in history. Getting caught when like you shouldn't, when they can't actually prove you got caught.
It's just their natural.
Can I simply say the following? Since you mentioned Stalin, he said what's important in democracy is not the number of votes, but who counts the votes.
Who counts the votes? Yeah,
and that is the most base take Stalin has ever given, though.
Well, look at the 2000 presidential election. Look at the 2000 presidential election. If you want to see who counted the hanging chads and shit.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing, there are two things quickly I'd like to say. You're talking about democracy. You're talking about a sleight of hand. In other words, an illusion. The only true democracy was in Athenian democracy about 380 AD or BC, before Christ, in Athens, which it's called direct democracy. You got to be male. 25 women, children, and slaves were not allowed to vote, and you participated each week in the public square where you voted, debated, discussed, argued, and elected your officials. That's called direct democracy. Without technology today, we can have that, but the elites do not want that at all. The other thing which you should all mention when you talk about democracy is demography. Boys and girls and in-betweens. It's so essential. In the Anglo-Sphere, including myself here in Australia, is that the white European Christian people are not marrying, are not producing, and they're exponentially falling in their numbers. You Americans in America, consciously or subconsciously, in about 15 to 20 years, not in my lifetime, but unfortunately in most of your lifetime, will become second Brazil of the North, where the great majority is the whites, but they're below 50%. And good old Donald Trump said it, but you probably missed what he was alluding to. You're slowly but surely falling in world dominance, being an empire, and you're becoming a shithole country as Brazil is today. That is a prediction. It's not a prediction. I think it is, unfortunately, what's happening. For example, Orthodox, one of my sons lives in London, and he says, Dad, London is no longer English, anything but English. The white flight of British or white native English people is just mind-boggling. Nobody talks about it, and that's what's sort of happening in America. You've got your flyover states. You've got your, the cultural, political, Wall Street elite, East Coast and West Coast, and they go out, fly from LA to New York, and the plane just drops the shit out of it on the Midwest and all those
Well, dude,
states.
you're getting into what this guy in my clip talks about surrendering to the civil or the authority figures who think of themselves as intellectual. You got to watch this clip, because this is, I don't genuinely think it's a racial thing. Like genuinely, because when my family came here as Italians, okay, we came from a Catholic country to a Protestant country who hated us. We were our name was changed. We weren't allowed to have jobs. My family had to move to Ohio and Colorado. They couldn't be in because they weren't allowed to. Italians weren't welcome like that. And so, but what did they do? They were forced to integrate for their own survival. The problem is that you allow people in now that are being incentivized and actually elevated to not what is that called? Assimilate. I don't because remember, if you look at, for example, the first wave generation of Latin Americans, of Mexicans that came in like the 60s and 70s, like my godparents, dude, they're the most American people you'll ever see.
Oh,
like
absolutely.
There's no like they don't consider themselves Mexican. They're Christian. They're Catholic. They learned English. Their kids married white people.
First and second generations that assimilate are like
it's that
assimilated.
Yeah, it's like it's different now since I would say the mid 90s. It's been really the problem, because that is when the left started to realize that they can't win elections by their issues. They can't win with issues. They cannot win with issues because human beings are innately conservative. Okay, people want to be by their own kind. They want to be safe, secure. They want structure and boundaries. Okay, but the liberals offer none of that. And instead, what they do is they take the moral foundations of the society they're in and hold those people to the moral foundations while they themselves break them and go above them.
Absolutely.
And then they use those morals and say, look at us. We're the only ones that follow those, not you peon people. So you have to look at us.
Yeah.
You're right there.
So,
absolutely right.
The funny thing
I do have this thing I want to say. Even though I have a liberal witchy blonde fetish, I did also have to deal with this when she was living with me and we were going over bills. So many bills this month. What is level 4 plates? NVGs 7.62 by 39, 58.56, 5.56 by 45. Taxes and fees, honey. He's raised they give him this year. The government's screwing us over. I did also have to deal with that. I just outright told her, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it, though. Ain't none of your business.
Like you can convert half of all liberals just by like taking them to a gun range once. I'll be honest.
Oh yeah, no.
The Second
Yesterday,
Amendment entering their body when they see how fun shooting an AR is.
They've been restricted from testosterone since their birth by being put in public school, being feminized.
unless they're witchy alt girls and they get their
Yeah.
testosterone from getting pounded.
Well, yeah, because they like getting pounded all day. But the different, I mean, the thing is most men nowadays are alleviated from what it is to the traditional activities of men, and they're told that those activities you need to do are women like. You need to be quiet, holding your hands, be very nice and sweet. Little boys were never like that. They ran around throwing things. They said things. They got in trouble. That is how boys understood their reality. They're not little girls, but little boys are seen as defective little girls.
Stop that! I'm transitioning. All right, just be.
Are you as far down as like 111, or how far down are you?
No, I'm just joking.
No, I know I'm teasing you, dude. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know.
Because I don't know if you know who 111 is, but he has that voice where he's like,
CT, CT,
I'm telling the truth.
Grown ass fucking man that literally can pass as a 12-year-old.
Grown ass man going around, dude. What it is he's severely autistic, but he's also stupid as shit. He's going around trying, like, it's literally. I feel I have to, like, I love CT, but I gotta blame him a little bit on this. He's feeding this kid who gets a manic, who gets hypomanic from going on the air and just saying all this crazy shit. Like, dude, he was saying that I hacked his social security number and leaked it and stuff. And then he was saying today that all of us in this Discord have like done what is that called? Deep fakes of him and have created chat logs of him. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? You know what I mean? He's funny, but he's out of his mind too.
That is fucking wild. All right, we'll go over this. Curtis Yaverne versus Professor Danielle Allen. She don't even have a pretty name. Democracy debate at the Harvard Faculty Club.
The
Imperious,
greatest.
next time you
your
find
name
me,
is dog shit.
next time you send me a debate video with a woman in it, she better be hot.
You know, well, do you ever get a hot woman in a debate though? I mean, they don't.
Yes, you like. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about witchy alt girls. They all think they're smart and want to debate you. they crave such attention, not just from the pounding, but then they want to be treated like they're your equal and that they've earned your respect. So they're always trying to debate you, talk to you.
Amazing.
But speaking of liberals and guns, that is so true because I let my liberal cousin hold on to my pistol because she was a single woman living in a RV park, and she's a lesbian and she's a liberal, right? And she's had my pistol for like 2 months, and like out of nowhere she messaged me, was like, "Can you take me to get a pistol and show me how to clean and like shoot it?" And I was so happy. I was so happy.
You know,
She's
the
like, I was
Second
talking
Amendment entering people's bodies when they see, holy shit, guns really are just cool. You know?
Well, no, it's more of a self-defense thing because she's had several dudes ask her, "Does she live alone?"
That
and
too.
just asking creepy shit. And she don't know how to use firearms, and my pistol's a bit large for a young woman.
Yeah,
I got me a
I'm
full
sure-
size. I got me a full size 9mm, and like for most
Like,
women,
I'm sure
that's
we all
large.
have our problems with.
Why don't
them,
you just give
but
her a
you also
Desert
have
Eagle
to admit-
50 AE?
She was no. She as soon as we went into the gun store, her eyes popped open. When I took my ex, my witchy blonde short ex, like her eyes also popped open. White people innately love guns. I don't care what anyone says.
Women love violence. They just want it in the way they want it.
Yeah, well, see, she's seen the cowboy revolver. My lesbian cousin's like, I want that one. I'm like,
You
that
gotta
one.
work your way up to the hobbyist collecting, okay?
Well,
You know?
that's actually what I told her. She's like, when I get paid, I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna get that one. I'm like, okay. Well, let's for your first gun. Let's have
Just
the
get your
compact
first gun
gun.
that's super reliable that you know exceedingly well. That's what you should do. But your first one, focus on that one. You know what I mean?
That's what I told her, and I said, if you want to get the cowboy one, I'm not going to dissuade you because you have to get a gun you want to use and you want to play with and you want to train with.
No, if she wants a revolver, that's fine. They're still effective. I mean,
Well, that's what I told her. For like a woman, you would want to get a 38 revolver.
Yeah, they have the woman ones like with the increased like recoil protection and stuff. Like they have they have 9mm and like a 38 revolver or even 357s.
Well, I took her back to my house. She settled on a Taurus.
A Taurus, okay,
9mm.
yeah.
For, I mean, for a woman, because Taurus
Yeah,
aren't unreliable, but they're smaller. And she settled on a Taurus. I think it was a G2C, and it was a compact, and it had the side safety. And I
Yeah,
ran
so
it
she
through
knows
it.
if it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, she's like, well, I noticed yours had this thing on the back. Why doesn't this one? I'm like, because I don't have a safety on my gun. I have to actually hold my shit and be ready to shoot when I squeeze it.
I mean,
Like,
on my SIG, I have an outs. I mean, I have the military one. You know what I mean? The skin for the M18 I got.
I'm
So
so happy to have my Springfield back. By the way.
oh,
My
what do
boy.
you have? Your Springfield. What is it? Your God,
Springfield
what is it?
XD, my
The
9.
XD9, right? XD9 they call it, right? I guess
Yep.
their model.
I love this little fucking
It's the
brick.
silver one, right? The one with the silver.
No, I have mine black. All my
you have it all
guns
blacked
I
on
get are
that one?
blacked
Okay.
out. All my guns I've ever owned. I will only ever buy blacked out guns. Don't ask why, for reasons.
I do kind of like the FDE though on my SIG because I have my M18 skin is because it's the military skin. You know what I mean? With that, you can switch them out. And yeah, I do like the FDE on that gun though. And I will say I have a visible safety on that as well though, just because I personally like knowing if I'm concealed carrying. I like to feel in my pocket if I have it on or off, just because personally I go around like family a lot and stuff, and I like to personally have the safety in case I'm going to somewhere with kids or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Okay, I use my liberal family members as witchy girl bait. So I typically just like date their friends. So when I was dating one of my exes who was a witchy girl, I was taking her shooting, and this cousin, like, the reason she liked guns is she saw the 1911 I used to hold, and that's what got her curious. Because when I said, "Oh, it's because this one has a safety and it don't," she goes, "Well, the other big pistol that you had," I'm like, "Well, is this pistol not big?" She goes, "No, the bigger pistol." I'm like, "Are you talking about the 45, the 1911?" She goes, "Yeah, it had the thing on the back and the safety." Oh yeah, it's called a dovetail, and like most modern semi-autos, they'll have only that, and you have to indent the dovetail, make it even with the rest of the pistol before you can fire the gun. And she's like, "Yeah, but why do you also have a safety?" I said, "Because this is God's caliber. This won 2 world wars. This is too much power for one safety, all right?"
Truth, nuke.
Yeah, 45 will do the job. I mean, actually, do you know what the most effective round though? One shot, one kill is
10 mil.
357.
357. Okay.
357 is 99.7% fatality if you hit the target.
Combo, right? Or
it's just the velocity. It's just such a big round, and the velocity that's going is ridiculous.
Yeah,
like the 350. Yeah, that's why you don't have 357 like semi-autos. You do, but very rare 357 autos. Semi-autos.
I watched her. I let her. I handed her the gun after I shot it the first time. Make sure it wasn't gonna blow up. Went over some basic safety shit, and I squeezed it. I then put the gun in her hands. I was like, "Oh, keep your finger off the trigger. Keep it on the side when you're not shooting." And I just let her shoot, and I'm like, "Okay." And like I watched her go within fucking 5 minutes of shooting all over the place, to just instructing her how to stand properly, how to bend your arms properly, how to cup your hand, and keep your thumbs sitting on each other, and then just like hold the trigger not one side to the left or one side to the right on your index finger when you squeeze it, but put it directly in the middle. I watched her go from shooting all over the place to nailing the fucking target every fucking time. And I'm like, see, people can shoot a gun. You don't have to be so inaccurate.
Yeah, there's like a collective 4 basic principles that are just like never taught to you, even by the instructors for some reason, that will improve your shooting by like 90%. Equal heights, equal sights, etc., just proper standing, proper grip.
Dude, it's literally they don't teach you that you're supposed to have a stance. It's not like in the movies where you stand all like that. Dude, you stand like it's like a football athletic stance. Yeah, it's like a football athletic stance. You keep your shoulders square, feet shoulder width apart. You squat. You prepare yourself, and you squat, and you lean your weight forward a little bit so you can compensate for the recoil.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like if you look, it's almost like a little hunched over frontwards. Because you're leaning that weight forward.
Yeah,
exactly.
there's a meta.
Well, I do
to
3
it,
guns,
you know?
so it's like, I do 3 gun
It's funny
comps.
because it's like I talk to so many, like a lot of my liberal friends. I'll talk to them about what it's like at the gun range, and they'll go on and off about gun safety. But then, like the moment you teach them basic rules, like, hey, don't keep your finger on the trigger, don't point at anything
They
unless you
forget
plan
all
to
of it.
shoot it. They're all like, oh, that seems a bit excessive, honestly. And I'm like,
Or they
no,
forget it, or they
it is
just
a
forget
gun.
it and act stupid with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they never remember like only one man on the line at a time, like on a private bay, or things like that. Like they don't get it. Like what I mean?
Yeah, it's like they just think of them as like these magic tools, and it's very funny to see them have this attitude, but also have the takes on the legislature that they do. You know?
Oh yeah, well it's because it makes again.
I live in a very rough state about it, and like
I used to live in California.
Welcome, Blue
Like,
Jay. Welcome.
Hey, Blue Jay.
Orthodox.
I mean,
and, like,
I grew up in California, dude. The worst
thank
state
you.
for guns in the country. I mean, you can't even buy ammo. You can't even buy ammo without a background check in California.
Okay.
So we have this one more take. I've been bookmarking the takes from the mainstream media. Time. President Trump asked an aide. I thought this was written in pidgin at first. President Trump asked an aide to dim the lights of the Oval Office, and then, with a line of reporters in the room, proceeded to ambush the leader of South Africa. That's fucking wild to me.
Oh, the Zulu was being ambushed.
There is a lot of hypocrisy as well when people are talking about South Africa. Like, who was it? The Episcopal Church, who were like, what was it? They were like, oh, we can't take these refugees. They're terrible.
Okay, to be fair to the Episcopal Church, they seem to be doing it from the perspective of they are Anglos with like a blood grudge against Afrikaners, which is a based reason to do it, or at the very least, very funny.
Oh yeah.
At the least, it's funny.
You know, like they are not the same.
It is a weird church as well.
You don't want them to take in refugees because you're against white people. They don't want to take in refugees because they want Afrikaners to suffer.
At least they're honest about it, though. That's the thing. I give the South Africans, at least those dudes are like, kill the Boers. At least they're open about it. The pussies and like your own people, like our governments in Europe and government, half of them want us dead, but they won't say it to us. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and go over this video. I want to get you and Drew.
Yeah. We've been postponing what you want to see long enough, Imperious. My bad.
No. It's definitely not. I mean, you guys are intelligent. You've heard a lot of this before, but I think he has a slight. He's arguing. It's almost like he picked my brain on how I
to be concise about it.
Yeah, he's very. You'll see.
I guess we're gonna see. You can probably skip like the epic whoa, this is going to be intelligent intro. I'll be honest.
Yeah, you can skip like 2-3 minutes. That's him right there. But you can skip it. You can skip the introduction. You can go to the introductions just to see who they are because I think he's interesting to introduce.
Remain respectful.
Okay, there you go.
Behavior by and
brown woman detected. Debate over.
Oh yeah. And dude, she is so bad faith this entire time. She does not address any argument that he makes. She just stays on her talking points, dude. It's like it's no debate. It's literally just two parallel ways of seeing the world and enacting power. Like it's just two parallel different ways of seeing the universe.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing with politics, like what is actually being said and doesn't make sense is the last on the list of priorities for communicating your message. First is like who is saying it, why is it being said, how is it being said? Everything except the actual substance of the material is what is prioritized by people in the public conscience and prioritized among leadership.
If you want me to listen to you, you can be brown or a woman. You can't be both.
Be both. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Go ahead. Sorry, I'll shut up. Go ahead.
All jokes aside, we'll play the video now.
Won't be tolerated. Anyhow, for a brief introduction, Professor Allen is a Harvard University professor, director of the Allen Lab for Democracy Renovation, a political philosopher, ethicist, and public policy expert. She's also a nonprofit leader, democracy advocate, tech ethicist, and author. Her work can be found in The Atlantic, as well as The Washington Post, among other places. She led Harvard's Edmund and Lilly Center for Ethics previously, developed the roadmap to pandemic resilience during COVID, and ran for Massachusetts governor back in 2022. Her scholarship focuses on the reinvigoration of democracy, civic engagement, and institutional reform. Her most recent book, Justice by Means of Democracy, underpins this.
Wait, whenever people say shit like justice by means of democracy, that's just fucking Marxism.
This
code.
all just sounds like average liberal arts students who like never learned anything or how to
So
be
what's the
actually
whole
inflective.
what's the whole thing about reinvigoration of democracy?
Marx is psychobabble. That's it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I mean, if they wanted to say something good, they would have said reformation of democracy.
With The Radical Duke forthcoming in 2026, if I have that right. Other works include Our Declaration and Democracy in the Time of Coronavirus. Curtis Guy Yarvin is an American blogger, political theorist, and software developer known by his pen name, Mencius Moldbug. He attended Brown University and was influenced by Silicon Valley's libertarian tech culture in the 1990s and thinkers like Ludwig von Mises, Murray Rothbard, Thomas
now I
Carlyle,
actually
and Hans
don't like this
Hermann
guy either.
Hoppe. Yarvin developed a critical stance against.
Oh, he's definitely a scumbag.
If he's a Lawbert, I am going to be a lot more skeptical about him. I'll be honest, Imperious, but I do want to give him a listen in earnest here.
Mayo Monkey, democracy renovation sounds like a fundamental transformation.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's what it always, and that's what he talks about. What does democracy mean? Like, watch his. It's brilliant because it's the same thing I say. But he's more palatable because I try to go nuts on this. But if I was going to argue it, it would be very the same way on how he's arguing.
A heckin' evil Catholic, you know.
All right, so
no, I know.
Yeah, wait, bro, aren't you also Catholic?
I am. That's why I say it.
Oh, I'm
How
Catholic.
come like most of my friends and people I talk to are Catholic, and I'm just like, no, I'm just a cult of Christ. Here.
If you know a lot of monarchs or people that support limited like power to the people, you're probably going to know Catholics.
Yeah.
It's democratic.
We're kind of our whole fundamental thing is that our identity is anti-democracy. Like the thing that makes us unique is you have a one voice for the entire world because we're the only church that has a church or presence on every continent, including Antarctica.
The kingdom of God manifests on this earth, and the affairs of all people are its own affairs. So
That's actually not true. The Mormons are pretty worldwide too.
the Mormons are pagans, not even.
Oh no, they're not worldwide. They don't have any like Antarctica, the North Pole. There's literally Catholic churches there.
I will say this. Fucking the Mormons, James Buchanan is often seen as a bad president because he accelerated and inevitabilized the Civil War. I don't care if that's not a word. I think in reality he was a hero because he tried to kill all of the Mormons. He had to let the Civil War happen to pursue the sacred mission. And
I know. Well, he was very
Mormons
anti-Mormon,
were,
dude. He hated what's his name, Joseph Smith or whatever.
But Joseph Smith was running for president too, and they were actually what do you call it? When you're against slavery, abolitionists, the Mormons.
Yeah, they were the opposition party. Yeah. Well, and not just that, but remember, the Mormons kind of they wanted to be kind of separate from the Union. They thought, oh, we started this Utah place, like it's kind of separate. You don't get to govern us. It was kind of
well, they did it in Missouri too
because they explicitly reject Scripture. Not to mention, they're like, oh, God believes we're the one true people until 1964 when He changes His mind and He's
and we have a map of heaven and we wear magic diapers and black people can't get into heaven.
So I grew
God
up in
was
Utah,
actually
but I
annoying.
wasn't raised Mormon. But that would be like the closest thing to religion, right? So I'm not Mormon, but like ancestors, they're all like pioneers. So I know
anyone that's like fairly globalized. It's the
Look,
evangelical.
Mormons are genuine, nice people, good people, but they believe
of
what
them.
they believe is bullshit. Okay,
the whole
Jesus
Right.
Christ was not
It's
brothers with
made
the
up.
devil.
I like
Jesus
a lot
Christ
of
is not
things
brothers
about,
with the devil.
I don't
I
defend
like
the
a lot
doctrine.
of
I don't
things about
believe the
like what the
doctrine,
Mormons
but
do culturally,
But they're
like,
genuinely
their
good
heresy
people. I
is-
will say that they live there as good people. Like I would
They're
never punch a
Freemasons.
Mormon, or I would never, you know what I mean? They're never going to wish ill will onto you. And I think that's
well, they were all Freemasons, so like it is pagan.
Yeah.
You're right. I mean, it was based on like Freemason
I'd
ceremonies
consider
and all
more
that
about
stuff.
that. I just consider them pagan because like a heretic is like someone who misreads.
A heretic is someone who acknowledges the reality but purposely goes against it. A pagan is somebody who literally worships the antithesis of the one true God.
Exactly.
Well,
and that's what
Joseph
Mormons do.
Smith
They
was
reject
a-
Scripture and they reject the true nature of God.
Yeah, well, he was the 33rd like Scottish Rite, like the highest you get in Freemasonry, and basically like he took all of their,
Do you know what the Catholic Church
their
did to the Freemasons?
whatever you call it, and then
You know what
he
we did to them,
started
though?
the church, and that's why
No,
they
but do
killed
you know
him.
what
The
we did to the
Freemasons
Freemasons,
killed Joseph
Blue
Smith.
Jay? You know what the Catholics did to the Freemasons? We
Uh-uh.
burned them alive.
Like
Catholic
witches,
Church eliminated. That was one of our. The Catholic Church is the reason that the Freemasons no longer exist.
The good
They do
ending.
too.
No, they don't. Not like they. Dude, go try to be a politician and say I'm a Freemason, like they did.
Well, I don't know about
No, I'm just saying
but I
they're
know they do
awesome.
exist.
They've been crushed and ostracized. It's like saying you're a Satanist or a pedo.
Well, they call them like Shriners and stuff like that now.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But wait,
Because
all
they can't go out-
politicians are pedos?
But well, they are. That's one and the same.
Yeah, that's true. That's a true thing.
Remember, when you have power and you have that lust for power and control, all you can keep doing is getting more and more extreme. It's like pornography. You start watching regular shit, whatever. It's more and more because you got to get that fix, that hit. Power is the same way.
Well,
And
and
you-
money.
this-
Like the
here's
Mormon
my
Church,
take
one of the
on it, because
richest
you can very
organization in the
technically-
world.
And this technicality is how people often like keep you from realizing the truth of things, which is like, oh, they're not pedophiles themselves, but they are willing to put up with it and tolerate it and use it to enable and grow their own power. You know, they
Yeah, the
simply
Mormon
view it
Church
as like
has
a
more money than
personality trait,
Apple,
like
Microsoft.
being
Oh,
extroverted or
Catholic,
whatever.
dude, the Roman Catholic Church has its own bank, worldwide bank. We have like trillions and
Mormons have
trillions of dollars.
way
We have
more
we
money
have
than Catholics. Way more money.
wait, what? You understand that
like
the
as
Cologne,
far
like,
as what they report,
but that's the point.
The
The Catholic
Mormons
Church doesn't
do
have to
have
report
billions
anything.
because they're
they're
effectively
gonna have
a
$1 trillion
theocracy.
by
No, but we have our
2040.
own country, ma'am. We don't have to report
Well,
anything.
I'm just saying on paper, like of
No,
their
I,
net worth.
but on paper, no, because the Catholic.
The Mormons
You know,
are
the
only
Cologne, for example, the
disproportionately-
Cologne, just the Cologne Cathedral is literally, they say it's priceless. How much do
Well,
you
of
think
course,
the Vatican
yeah.
is worth?
I'm,
How much
not,
do you
I'm
think you
just saying
can't
what
put a
they
price on it?
Mormons
report
are
as their net
disproportionate.
worth on. I'm not defending, like I said.
No, I'm
like,
just
I
saying
need
because you
everybody
got to
calm
you got to
down.
think different. Yes, the Mormons are they have to. They're an American company.
Yeah.
Okay, the
Imagine, like,
Vatican is its
the
the
Mormons are
Vatican is its
powerful.
own country. When the
Yeah.
Catholic Church sends its money to the Vatican, nothing has to be reported.
Yeah.
I think
The
you'd be
Catholic Church
surprised
has
if
its
you
own
looked into how
nation.
much money the Mormons have, though.
I mean, no, what I'm saying is you got to understand. Look at, have you looked up, like, for example, look up the Notre Dame de Quebec, that cathedral in Quebec, Canada. It's literally worth like $150 billion.
Yeah.
Just
It's
that
like
one cathedral.
the
All right,
Mormons
what
are
I'm saying is the Mormons are going to have
disproportionately
$1 trillion.
influential.
They're on
But
track
a
to have $1
trillion is not that
trillion
much money.
by in
Imperius, if I may
2040.
go a bit, if I may
Go
go a
ahead,
bit.
sorry.
When it's cash, yeah, they're talking
Here's-
cash liquidation
Blue Jay,
reserves.
here's the thing. Think of it this way. The Mormons have functioned as a business for
Right.
the past 150 or so years,
Forever.
particularly and
They're only
exclusively within
170 years
America.
old.
The Catholic Church is a thousands of year old institution that is not just working to manage money, but is charity, is the moral
Right.
ground for society, is whole countries in many cases. You know, it by far has access to more wealth, both in cash and in terms of assets and what it can do with those assets. And it also uses them for objectively better causes than the Mormon Church.
Yeah, we're the single greatest
Mormons do a
charitable
lot of
organization in the history
Yeah.
of the planet.
Where do you
The
think the word
Mormons do a lot
hospital
of
comes
charity,
from?
though. You
Why
can
does
admit that.
hospital come from hospital? The word hospital.
Who runs St. Jude? Who runs St. Jude?
I'm not denying that they do.
No, I'm not
like,
saying
they
Mormons are
have
bad people,
bigger
but you got to
impact.
understand scale.
Well, I'm not even saying they're good people. I'm
No,
just
they're good
saying,
people. No, they are good people. They're nice people.
according to like the you know, like the financial reports and all that. Blah
But
blah blah.
that's the
I'm
thing.
just saying they
I will.
supposedly
What
have
I'll
more
say
money.
about this is, how many people are in the Catholic Church? And I'm just going to extrapolate. Just think about how much you think they. How many people?
I would say
1.6
there's
billion, right?
probably, oh,
But
I would
it's
even
about
guess higher
1.6,
than that.
1.7 billion. Probably let's just round it up to 2 billion people. Every Sunday, those people go into church and give money. That money every weekend is sent to the Vatican from that many people. How many people pay taxes in the U.S.? Maybe 100 million, 150 million.
Yeah.
Now think of 2 billion people around the world paying taxes every Sunday.
Yeah, and you have to remember too, the Mormon people, they don't get
I
paid.
do wanna-
They do everything volunteer. So
I know
that
what
is
you're
a
getting
lot
at. I object like superficially to using the term taxes because that implies it is a price or something you have to pay. When Catholics choose to pay it, you don't have to donate at church, especially if you're poor.
Well, it depends on
Whereas you see in America-
it depends. We still have those what are they called? Where you pay, it's the same thing they had during the the reason the Protestants, God damn it, what are they called? Dude? You know,
Indulgences?
no, where you pay for your salvation. They say that's what
That's
they use.
indulgences.
And,
Okay,
but
I'm
it's
gonna
not. That's
defend
not what it
indulgence.
is, though. What it is, it's a one part of your penance. For example, if you're very rich and you've made sin, the priest will order you to pay a penance to the local community, or the orphanage, or that you'll have to give, and that's so that there is a that, but it has nothing to do with saving yourself. It's part of your penance.
It's exactly. It's like it's made out as like indulgences or other forms of financial compensation. We're just like, oh, you pay and you get forgiven and go to heaven. No, that money wasn't just used to like make popes live it up or something. It was used to fund the vast hospitals and universities and libraries that the church built. The idea was you as a rich person have used your wealth and your power to harm society. Use that wealth to improve and help society and repatriate the people you hurt. And that is your penance, and that is your path to forgiveness. You know?
And it's also it's something that will affect you.
Yeah,
it's something that
by
because your
far-
wealth is so meaningful to you because you've accumulated so many. When rich people get rich, they don't want to lose money.
Exactly.
So it's something that will force you to be humble.
Yeah. It was
will
by
humble you.
far, it was the earliest and by far to this day most effective means of wealth redistribution and actually funding charitable and humanitarian
Oh yeah.
missions in
I mean,
history.
and during the Middle Ages, the church was the one telling the local lords and the knights that you had to pay for, at least getting the grant. You had to feed your people. You had to pay an indulgence tax to the poor after mass. They had to give out free, like every time the knights and the kings and all, when they went to church, they would bring a lot, like tons of food, tons of like all these things, and because they knew they'd have to give it away after mass.
The Catholic Church as well were against like interest rates and stuff like that,
Yes.
as it was back in the day.
Yes,
You-
interest
you
is
used to read,
inherently a sin by
Yeah,
Catholicism.
it is.
because only
Oh, you
God
can't.
can
Yeah,
make
that's why
something
we gave the Jews the money changing. Catholic Church wasn't able to loan money.
Yeah.
That's why we allowed the Jews to. Because if we were allowed to money change and loan and gain interest through loans, we would have done that.
Yeah. And it's sinful.
Well,
It
yeah,
puts a
because you're
lot
not
upon
supposed to
society
punish
as
somebody
well.
for in need. You're not supposed to be gain off somebody in need. Now, if you have a business agreement, it's a different thing. If you have a contract.
Yeah, I want to know something that I just found out.
What?
Yeah, what's up?
The F-16. I don't care. This is my narrative. I don't care if it's made up. Is known as the lady pleaser. It's only men can fly it because there was a bolt that vibrates the seat. When men would fly it, they would be very happy, and then maintenance would have to take the plane apart and tighten that bolt up. They found out which bolt it was that was coming up loose, and when maintenance would fix it, they would just unscrew it again. So it was been deemed men only for a while. It's my narrative. Women are coomers. My narrative. It makes it funny.
Well, a lot of it also was that in those F-15s, F-16s, those cockpits were small. A lot of tall guys couldn't be pilots for a long time. Yeah, I think it was like the limit was like 5'9" for a long time, because it was literally you couldn't fit. You didn't have people that could fit in there. You know what
That's
I mean?
why it explains Tom Hanks is in Top Gun.
Well, yeah, I mean, it showed. Well, he rode in those old F-15s, F-16s for that movie back in the day, for
Wait,
sure.
well, I'm going to press
Yeah,
play.
play. Sorry, we're just rambling, but go ahead.
We're gonna go like 10 minutes, and then we're gonna break.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless y'all see something.
Let him go for because she goes for like 5, and I think he goes for 5. Like, listen to their introductions, and I think you'll But speed through her. She's just bullshit of, oh my god, I want democracy and freedom and race.
Yarvin is a founder of the so-called neo-reactionary movement, or the Dark Enlightenment, alongside Warwick philosopher Nick.
That's what it is, the Dark
Unqualified
Enlightenment.
Reservations, advocating for replacing American democracy with an accountable monarchy or corporate-style governance, critiquing liberalism as a pervasive system he terms the cathedral. In 2002, Yarvin found the Urbit Network's computing platform. Curtis Yarvin published selections from his blog, Unqualified Reservations, with Passage Press in 2023, and published his first original book, Fascicle 1, Disturbance, with Passage. So I'd like to welcome both of our speakers for a spirited debate. I figure we ought to get into the first topic very briefly in terms of the format. There will be 2 resolutions, each which will last for about 30 minutes, with both speakers going back and forth. After those 2 topics are discussed sufficiently, closing remarks will proceed. So the first matter, resolve. The long-term stability and flourishing of our society is better secured by concentrated executive authority than by democratic institutions. Perhaps for a first statement, Professor Allen.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you, David. Glad to be here. And thanks to all of you for turning out. You've got dark enlightenment and bright enlightenment. So I'm looking forward to the conversation. And I'd like to share a little bit about where I come from in answering this question. You heard in the introduction that I am a combination of Harvard prof and democracy advocate. Folks often ask me, what exactly do you do, Danielle, with all of those different balls being juggled? And the answer is simply I work on democracy, past, present, and future, with no question mark at the end of that. That's a focus I come by super honestly. It's a matter of family inheritance, for starters. My dad's dad, my granddad on my dad's side, helped found one of the first NAACP chapters in Northern Florida in the 40s. Northern Florida at that time was just pretty much the same as Southern Georgia. So super dangerous. Lynchings were on the rise. He took his life into his hands to secure the right to vote. On my mom's side, my great-granddad marched with suffragettes on Boston Common in 1917. My great-grandmother ended up as president of the League of Women Voters in Michigan in the 30s. And this was because they believe that empowerment is the bedrock for human thriving and well-being. So I was fortunate to acquire that commitment and view as a young person growing up in my family. No surprise in that context, I took that for granted. I took democracy's value for granted as a young person. And of course, as I came of age, watched my own generation come up in the world, the question of democracy's value got a lot more complicated. I watched a real parting of ways, parting of experience. I have had incredible opportunities, immense privilege here in the cathedral. And as well, having had siblings as well who have thrived and so forth. At the same time, though, I have cousins, kids I used to run around the streets playing football with who aren't here any longer for all the hardest things: substance use disorder, incarceration, gun violence. And I hit a point in 2009, I lost my youngest cousin, where I started banging my head against the wall and thinking, democracy is not supposed to be abstractly valuable. Yes, we embrace these ideals of freedom and equality, but the entire point is that when we do, it delivers a society that makes it possible for every generation to do a bit better than the previous, and also for a whole cohort to come up together. And so I started working on this question of how to change the dynamic of our democracy so that it could actually deliver on the promise of democracy. And that work took me in the first instance into criminal justice reform, trying really hard to change criminal justice reform policy. And it doesn't take very long if you try to actually fix something to discover that even if you've got common sense, cross-partisan solutions, it's really hard to get things through because of governance dysfunction. And at this point, I suppose along this path, I had a philosopher dad. I know Curtis had a philosopher dad too. There's a lot of similarity in that story up to that point. And then here we part ways. Curtis sees this kind of moment in American experience, and he says, look, people, the whole history before 20th century, it's all about absolute monarchs, absolute rule, delivering for people. It's about absolute monarchs who operated in the context of belief in racial hierarchy. They delivered for people in the same way that corporations did, with the mission of maximizing their capital. Their capital is land and people. Because of wanting to invest in land and people, because of believing in racial hierarchies, they embrace racial cleansing. And that's what you've got to do to have a society that's going to deliver for people. And so Curtis's view is that our 20th century world is founded on lies, the lies of egalitarianism and the lies that democracy can actually deliver for people. And because it's founded on those lies, he thinks it's foundering. He thinks we need regime change. He thinks we need an absolute monarch, unaccountable, no separation of powers, no checks and balances, no limits, and so forth. Could be Trump. We kind of elected him. Maybe that's already happening. That's what Curtis says in his book. Could be Musk. He doesn't say that in his book, but he has said that previously. Hard to say. Trump, Musk, I don't know, Duck Rabbit, one or the other. One of them, anyway, is in charge, going to run things for us and make everything better. Now, clearly, we part ways in that question of how to respond to the current moment. Why? Partly that history is false in his book. It is not the case that autocracies over the course of history have delivered good for human beings. They have consistently violated freedom. And I'll come back to that point. I want you to focus on the idea of freedom and what it is worth to you. The second point is that egalitarianism is not the weak-minded invention of the 20th century. Egalitarianism has been with us for millennia, has been growing in force, goes all the way back to antiquity. Christianity extended it. Already in the early 1600s, you had indentured servants who struck for the right to vote in Jamestown. That same spirit showed up in Plymouth. Ditto the spirit of egalitarianism for all human creatures, Africans as well as everybody else. The Declaration of Independence was earnest in its commitment to equality. It led to the abolition of enslavement in Massachusetts, as well as in Pennsylvania and Vermont before the end of the Revolutionary War. Rhode Island had already rejected racial hierarchy before the Revolutionary War. In other words, it is not a weak-minded idea of the 20th century. What it does, rather, is reflect the claim of ordinary people to freedom. That's all. It's that simple. That's what egalitarianism means. Freedom is both the power to steer my own life in my private circumstances and to contribute with others to steering the public life and shape that constrains us all, the norms and laws. If you love freedom, there is only one possibility, because every unaccountable, and no absolute power is ever accountable. That's the definition of absolute power, is not accountable. No absolute power is ever accountable. Absolute power inevitably corrupts, tramples on, persecutes freedom. So the question that we have right now is not whether to have democracy and protection of freedom, but only how to have that. The only question is, can we redesign our institutions to achieve that? And we can. And the single most useful thing that we could immediately do is party reform. Get rid of party primaries, get rid of the capture of power by political parties that work on the basis of shrinking base of population to control our institutions. We, the people, need our power back. And with that, we can, in fact, redesign our institutions for effective functioning.
Thank you, Professor Allen. Mr. Yarvin, your response and your own presentation.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank everyone who made this event possible. Professor Allen, of course, showed a lot of courage here and a lot of hard work. I'd like to also thank, Harvard University. We're not supposed to mention the name of the school.
Unclear.
I'd like to thank everyone who made this possible, including the school where we are, including Passage Press, my publisher, including the John Adams Society, woohoo, out there in the public. I think it's sort of a great opportunity to kind of test my views against Professor Allen. I guess I would say, I grew up in a sort of very different context. I grew up inside what's called the deep state sometimes, because my father was a foreign service officer and my mother worked at the DOE, and my stepfather actually worked on the Hill for many years, and now teaches at Hopkins Science. And he worked for Biden actually for a while. And when I observed sort of the underbelly of this system from inside, it did not seem to have very much to do with the kind of abstractions that Professor Allen talks about. And so in a way, I have kind of two preliminary responses to Professor Allen's narrative. One is that, reading her book, and I was reading, Democracy is the Path to Justice?
Other way around, my friend.
Justice is the Path to Democracy.
Justice by means of democracy.
Justice by means of democracy. And reading that, I was sort of like, it made me feel like I was reading in a way a work of Islamic history that was written by a Muslim. And I'm like, because this is someone who believes entirely in the system that she's describing. And so, not to, of course, have any negative discussion of the Muslim faith, but the thing is, if I'm reading a Muslim history of, say, the Abbasids of Damascus in the 9th century, written by a Muslim, I expect them to be very concerned with, is this the true caliph? Is this the real Islam? And so on and so forth. None of which, as a non-Muslim, are questions that really relate to me. And so when I read, for example, Justice by Means of Democracy, I sort of notice every chapter starting with, there's no God but Allah and Muhammad is his prophet. And I'm like, I get it, this is what you believe in, but these abstractions seem uncorrelated with the realities. And what this reminded me the most, besides this observation about Islamic history, is it reminded me of one of the books that I really learned political philosophy from, because I'm an adherent of what's called the Italian school of political philosophy. And there was a great introduction to this, which I found by chance in a used bookstore, which is James Burnham's The Machiavellians. And The Machiavellian starts with, I think, one of the great political essays of all time, which is a takedown of Dante. And it is a review of Dante's book, De Monarchia. And Burnham, who was at the time metamorphosing from a Trotskyist into a neocon, and he was one of the first to make that transformation. This book is written in 1940.
If you haven't read that book,
This,
it's a
he reads De Monarchia,
fantastic
which is
book on the idea of monarchy and what it is.
And he summarizes the
Prince
argument
is great.
of
He
De
also
Monarchia
has other
in a
works
way
that
that
are
sort of
by
describes.
far
Dante's Inferno, Paradiso, Purgatorio,
and so the reality is,
Divine
instead of talking
Comedy.
about abstractions, what Dante is really talking about is the conflict between two
genius,
political
and he has
factions,
very
known as the
big
White Guelphs and the Black
portfolio,
Guelphs, I
so to
believe.
speak.
And all of these abstractions are basically Dante's way of saying, I forget if it's the White Guelphs or the Black Guelphs that Dante is a member of, but it sort of reduces to a very specific set of political behaviors. So I think when I looked at sort of the reality in which I lived, I noticed sort of abstractions like democracy that are used in ways that seem very I think tendentious is not too difficult a word. And so, for example, when I read Professor Allen's definition of democracy, she seems to define democracy, almost the word, the symbol, as a good, and then defining the symbol, what constitutes democracy. It's not simply having elections. It's principles like difference without domination. It's basically principles of like, you can't be a democracy just having elections and electing leaders who take office and exercise power because they won the election. That's not democracy. Oh no, democracy is sort of all of these intangible things that go along with this. And I'm like, is this the world's longest case of no true Scotsman? Because actually, if I'm going about to defining a Scotsman, I might say it's someone who was born in Scotland or someone who's a Scottish citizen, or sort of simple cases like this. And when I define democracy, I'm like, there's a very simple question: how democratic is this country? And my answer to that is simply taking this, not going back and separating the is-ought distinction and saying, I'm like, how much power do the voters have? If the voters have no power at all, for example, in the EU, they'll frequently talk of the democratic deficit, indicating that actually the parliament, the European Parliament that's elected by the voters, is almost entirely symbolic and has no power. And actually, the real Europe is run by the European Commission, which is accountable to nobody, like the Supreme Court. And so actually, or like Harvard. And so, what we see people defending when they defend democracy, so-called, is they'll use terms like civil society, or they'll say our institutions. And these things seem to me to have nothing at all to do with giving power to elections. So, for example, I may be somewhere in the book, but I did not find any recognition in Professor Allen's book of the fact that the House of Representatives, the so-called home of democracy as defined by the founders, has a 98% incumbency rate. Or that if you're a freshman representative in the House of Representatives, you start at the very bottom. And so actually, it seems to me that if I look at the real Congress, this is actually a buffer against democracy, against populism, as you might say, because when I hear the word populism, I view that as a synonym for democracy. And no, I don't think of it as a good thing. And so actually, that difference over the meaning of the word democracy seems to me to be what we should focus on tonight.
Professor Allen, your response? Well, for starters, I appreciate so much that you've understood that there's conviction in my book. You're quite right that there's conviction in my book. Nihilistic narcissism is not my jam. Maybe yours, it's not my jam. So let's talk about democracy specifically. And in order to do that, we have to dig deeper into the meaning of freedom and also the meaning of equality and precisely what it is we're trying to protect. As I begin to do that, let me though also say, I also think there's a problem with the incumbency rate, for sure. Why did I highlight party reform? Precisely because we don't really have competitive elections any longer. So I agree that in many ways our democracy is not functioning to the standard of democracy. Again, that's where we agree. The divergence is in whether the question is regime change to unaccountable CEO monarchs, Trump and Musk, or renovating our democracy. Now, again, back to the root and to the meaning. One of the things that Mr. Yarvin likes to focus on and insist on is that human difference is fundamental and that we should organize our way of thinking about society based on structures of, again, racial hierarchy. And he introduces DNA as the proof of that point. Now, and he introduces these points as refutations of egalitarianism. Egalitarianism precedes human difference. There is no such thing as human difference without the category of the human, right? Now, what is it about the category of the human that we are all members of?
That's literally the dumbest statement I've ever heard in my life. Pause it.
Tomorrow,
Nick, you gotta slow it down a little because she's saying a lot of stupid shit and we're missing
and
it.
choosing being moral creatures
Because
who are activating
go to like
freedom,
1.15
expressing our desire for it.
speed,
It is the
I would say.
core of our basic human dignity
Yeah,
and what
there you go. That's
requires
good.
protection in order
But
to achieve
the thing,
human
pause it
flourishing.
real quick. Did you hear what she said?
That is the fundamental ground, the conviction.
Egalitarianism predates differences. How is that possible?
Yeah, that is just a clear wrong statement there.
How is that
I
possible?
think she's relying on like.
Hold on, let me address the chat real quick.
Okay.
This is why when anybody over the age of 40 tells me we need civics, that I say you would have failed civics anyway because not all democracies are all republics are democracies, but not all democracies are republics.
Yeah.
Yeah. Saying America's a republic and not a democracy is kind of just a nothing burger statement, I'll be honest. It makes no real point.
It's a boomerism that needs to
It
die.
is a boomerism.
It's a
just
historical,
I don't mean
it's
to
a
be
historical
disingenuous.
Passover from the revolution.
Yeah, I don't mean to be disingenuous or disparage you, Slick Rick, but it's just, a republic, not a democracy, it makes no point. All it does is obfuscate terms and create miscommunication where there doesn't really need to be any.
But Mayo Monkey,
everyone understands what people mean when they
exactly
say
mob rule is a democracy. He's exactly
Mayo,
right.
Mayo Monkey hit the nail on the head with these.
Exactly. It's just a popularity contest.
Yeah.
It's literally the kids in the high school screaming and yelling and see who's the most popular. You don't want mob rule. You don't want democracy.
Yeah. People
Speaking of,
understand what you mean when you say
let's
America.
fucking go. We're winning. Sorry.
Let's go.
Whoa.
I was going to say as well, Professor Allen said something early on to the video where she said, oh, in the 20th century, it was all about like monarchy and complete rule. She completely missed the context of World War One. People didn't turn to complete rule for no reason. There was a big reason why.
Exactly. Yeah. Like there was mechanizations going on. Same thing with World War II. Like we didn't hop in until Roosevelt had the mechanizations that he wanted with Stalin and Churchill, and then he allowed the bombing of Hawaii to go down. Don't get it twisted.
I mean, I'll be honest. I know a lot of people say this shit about Roosevelt, but this is kind of like me being the most evil, which is like, oh, all of this is true, and that's why he was based and arguably
we're gonna Christian.
He was based in a sense that he just did what he wanted. He took power and he implemented. He's based as evil, but I just don't agree with him. I think he's a piece of shit. His idea.
Christian post for a minute, gentlemen.
Satan will not attack Muhammad because he won him long time ago. Satan will not go after Buddha because he won him long ago. Satan will not go after Krishna because he won him and the 300 million gods long ago. Satan was overcome by one and was crushed on Calvary. His name is Jesus. And everyone who professes and confesses Jesus Christ will be attacked. Do not be afraid. Satan will not attack Muhammad because he won him long time ago.
Let's fucking go.
Exactly. Jesus told Peter, it's not always evil that's testing you. It's I'm testing you. I'm making you stronger.
Yep.
Yeah.
But hey, play that clip I just posted in the back real quick. I posted that in the back. Play that if you want a Christian post. This clip is the most based fucking clip of all time. No race, nothing. No one can say it's wrong. This is the most based fucking shit ever. And one of my philosophical heroes, Bishop Sheen, by the way.
Is it Ron Paul?
No, Bishop Sheen.
Fulton
Sheen. I love this guy. He's fucking based.
He's so. Watch what he says here.
If you have any more information on him, because I can't find any. I don't.
Really Bishop Sheen. He had that national show. Yeah, he was literally every Sunday. He was doing like a 2-hour-long sermon every Sunday on national TV, dude. It was like, the Sunday Power Hour or something. It was called something.
Called Life is Worth Living. Was the name of the
show. Post any information you
have. I will. But
back.
Play this real quick, dude. This is so
the type of violence that's sweeping our country, our schools, our streets, which involves destruction of everything that is in the past. Our nation is too full of those that are crying down. Down with the police, down with the churches, down with teachers, down with government. Can you build anything down? You cannot. Certainly time in our nation to change our words. And let's begin now to use the word up. Up from all of this filth. Up from this violence. Up from this indifference of courts. Up to the hid battlements of eternity. Up to God. The new type.
Is he the guy who thinks F communism?
Yes, he was the one that crushed communism on TV every week. Yeah, he had those lessons. He had those dude. I can show you so many clips of him. Dude, there's hours of his like Sunday lectures. He literally put it on Blackboard. He would write with a chalk and pen. He talked about men and women's relations. He was talking about this shit in the 40s, 50s, dude.
Yeah.
He was saying how men should be and how women are innately more chaotic, but the man's job is to be solid and to never change, never to fall to the emotion. Like, dude, he was talking about this shit on a blackboard.
Yeah. It ran for, I think, Life is Worth Living ran for 3 years, I think, and it's a magnificent show. I have a few clips of it saved on my PC. I sent one last edit that's kind of more just for cool vibes than anything substantial. So it's up to you if you would like to watch it, or we should just continue with the debate.
I will, but it is getting late. I've been going for like 3
Yeah, dude, if you got to
hours.
hop off, we can finish this later, man.
Yeah, we can. We need to do a whole. I think this debate.
We need to do a democracy kind of, and now this stream right here is very interesting because he talks about it, and you see the talking points from the highest end of the left, the academics who are feeding, and she can't argue, she can't substantiate anything, dude.
I would like to distinguish as like the resident token leftist.
No, I don't mean, but I'm not talking to you. I can deal with academic and classical liberals. These are radical. They're Trotskyists.
Radical liberals, I would say.
Yeah, these are like it's the same way. I'm not dealing with redneck, mob rule, racial imposition, Protestant bullshit either. On the other end.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Like, is that when she's criticizing democracy, she's not.
I'm gonna play this.
I think she's just talking about the American system now, rather than democracy as a whole objective statement.
Yeah, this one is just the cool vibes more than anything substantial. But,
Yo, do y'all actually know? I'm gonna play the story. I'll risk a copyright, but this art style, like this actual art style, this is from an Orthodox.
So beautiful.
This is from an Orthodox story about Russians fighting the Mongolian invasion.
Mongolians, right? I thought I remember. Isn't this like what's his name? I'm trying to remember the guy's name, the Russian's name though, but he's actually a saint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll play that in a minute, and then we'll bounce because it's like a good way to end the stream.
Yeah. Battle with Kulikovo.
Is this Saint Alesky?
Сменяемся, братик. Копье надо было.
Да как же ты без меча-то? Против этакой силищи?
Да не в мече сила, а в правде Божьей.
Actually, we have to put a stop to this in the stream because don't you know when you're a Christian, you're meant to be a pacifist?
Yeah, that never happened until recently.
No. I may not believe in your God and have sex in churches and do all kind of degenerate shit in churches and blaspheme your faith at all times. But I am the moral arbiter of what your faith believes in, and your Bible says you're supposed to be a pacifist.
So actually, there's things in the Bible that says you can't like go to war and fight.
No, there's not. It literally says in the Bible. It literally says there is a time for all things under heaven. There is a time for war and a time for peace, a time for death and a time for dancing, a time for joy and a time for pain.
Well, Imperious, that's just hypocritical. You were supposed to be a pacifist as a Christian.
Yeah, all I can do is dance in the field with faggy little flowers. I'm sorry.
Turn the other cheek, Imperious.
So true.
I hate those fucking people so much.
I hate them. Exactly. That's what I say.
Yeah. So the story behind it, I don't remember either of their names. I'll have to look them up. But the Mongol general was basically known for, like, in any kind of pre-battle duel, his strength allowed him to carry a longer spear, which allowed him to one-tap anyone he faced off against. But the priest, as you see here, His advantage was he wasn't wearing any armor. So although it was piercing him, that the fact that it pierced him also meant it wasn't knocking him off of his horse, which meant he could keep riding even as the spear penetrated him, and he could land the killing blow on the Tatar general.
Yeah, he sacrificed his life for the life to kill the general and shock their and break their morale.
Yeah.
This is the actual cartoon.
Yeah, this is the whole cartoon. It's beautifully animated. Yep, I love
Have
it.
you ever heard the famous story of Attila the Hun meeting Pope Leo I?
No.
Yeah, the Pope basically wrapped his arm around him, took him into his tent, and said some words to him. He come out of there like, "We need to leave.
Yeah.
We need to go now."
It's like, okay, I know you're able to kick our asses on this world, but it damns your immortal soul, you know? So convert or you'll go to hell, buddy. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many of us you kill, you're going to hell.
the Pope
So
was like,
change.
the Pope was like, all of these men, they'll burn. It's not about the money.
Oh no, there was the version as well where apparently when Attila went to strike the Pope, he saw behind him a giant man in a red robe going, "If you strike him down, all your army will fall."
I believe that's what I'm saying. Like, well, it's the same thing as Constantine. By this sign, conquer.
Constantine the Cairo.
By this sign, conquer.
Do you want to know? I think that our success in the modern world, I'm talking about the West in general, I think that we as humans are our best when we have conflict, and I think that we've been devoid of conflict for so long in the West that we are basically subhuman at this point.
Oh yeah, the best advancements come from war. You know, the submarine came from the Civil War. Tanks and planes come from the First
What do you
World
think?
War.
What do you think? Diapers, aluminum foil, bendable, like composite metal.
We also learn how fickle life can be, and that the eternal is the only thing we should strive for.
Well, yeah. If anything, if you hold anything to this world, it will eventually turn to dust.
But yeah, we're gonna play this cartoon because it's fucking based.
Who laid down their lives for their comrades.
Might need to turn on captions. I don't know if it's subtitled.
I think it's in English. The wording is in Russian though. I've watched one where it was in Russian, and I've also watched one where it was in English. I think I got the English one.
Yeah. All right, we'll see.
Пересвет and the slabber.
Even a small insect has a desire to live.
Don't kill me!
God, forgive me my sins.
Prisvet, we were looking for you everywhere. Father Sergius wants to see you.
Come, Aslavia.
Who is he?
A messenger from the Great Prince.
Hold your sword tightly.
A single false move, and you'll get it.
Calm down, Perisfed. He's still a child. Hey, you're shaming your teacher.
The fear in your eyes is a sentence of death.
It's not that hard to fight a boy. Now let's try. Ah, impressive.
So, are your soldiers all like him?
Did a great job on the outfit.
Sure, look at Oslavia. He's an excellent fighter as well.
Then let me take Perisfed on my service.
Prince, how is that?
Ivan, correct me if I'm wrong. That's Cyrillic, right?
Mhm.
I believe it is. But Ivan, hit the panel if you want to talk about this cartoon in particular. Well, you can hit the panel anyway. You're always welcome.
Yeah, everyone's always open on the panel, no matter what.
This is very early, like Russian history, when Russians were still kind of regional. You know what I mean? When they weren't a united nation yet. They weren't a.
Like Russian states were still fundamentally just.
This is before like Catherine the Great, Ivan the Terrible. This is before all them.
Yeah, this will be the key
This
for
is
this
the days
period.
of like principalities. You know, before everything was centralized under. This is the beginning of when Moscow became like the central state among Russians because they were the most successful at like fighting.
Didn't the communists try to de-Christify these tales and apply them to?
Oh
like,
yeah, oh yeah,
Russian,
oh yeah, oh yeah.
The Russian like mythos or the communist
Yeah.
mythos.
Well, the communist
I do
mythos,
like the USSR at the end of the day, but it did a lot of stuff wrong.
Yeah.
You can have a leftist government that is not soulless like they are.
Yeah.
Fair.
I think, yeah, we can talk about. I'd love to talk about the USSR at some point with you, Imperius. I feel
Well, the
like that'd be a
problem is
very-
implementation. Their theory wasn't incorrect in what they were trying to do. It's the implementation, as it always is.
My take is like the implementation was also pretty successful. It's just that they were fundamentally disadvantaged by the fact that like America has had the easiest geopolitical history of any nation in history, has massive amounts of resources, massive population to build up its wealth, and was not devastated by the world wars, as opposed to the Russians who dealt with World War I, where they had millions.
Oh yeah,
die,
no,
and
U.S.
Civil
had the
War,
most
who
advantage.
had
Yeah,
millions die,
look,
and had World War II, which is the largest land front in human history against an enemy.
well,
trying
you're forgetting
Well,
all the other ones too, like the God. What was that war with it? What was it between the Prussian and the Turkish, the Prussians and the Russians? What was it? That war was it the
Crimean War?
The Crimean War. That was people forget that was a massively devastating war for Russia.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Gentlemen, let's get back to the. Let's
Sorry,
get back
sorry,
to the
sorry.
Let's
cartoon.
go back to the animation.
This guy's tired. He's got to go to bed. He wants to watch it.
We can definitely do streams on all these the topics that we're talking about. Like I want to make a whole stream out of the debate you sent me, Imperius, and then I also would like to have that conversation between you two about the USSR.
But we got to shut up and watch this.
Yeah,
now.
we
I got you.
definitely have to watch this based in animation.
Absolutely.
Hey, before we go, I like this type of Christian storytelling more than shit like the Veggie Tales.
Oh yeah,
Just
in
putting
general,
it out there.
come on, dude. Is always like, well, slop. This actually like looking at. You don't need to make like fucking Noah's Ark, fucking Hollywood eyes, or fucking sanitize everything.
Yeah, like one of my favorites is
history
Prince
is the
of
world's
Egypt.
greatest storybook. Truth,
It's like the old
only
Lord of the
difference
Rings
between truth
cartoons
and
from the
fiction is that
70s. You guys
fiction
remember
is
that one?
Oh man,
yeah.
I use those when I'm blacking out and joking around.
When
about
there's a
Rwanda.
whip, there's a way.
I sent that clip where I think the Hobbit comes out of his little Hobbit hole smoking a pipe and fucking.
Oh, he just shows up.
Yeah,
time
Gandalf
for
just pops
second
up out of
breakfast.
nowhere.
Oh yeah, he just blows the whole smoke in his face. You know what I mean?
It's
That's
like, bro,
good.
when you in the home, when that one homie always comes up when you smoking.
And it does insinuate that Gandalf is like smoking not tobacco. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because his eyes like change. If you notice, they get all wiggly. Like they do that purposely and stuff. After
Well, no, he
like,
also does he also does the shit I do when I'm high, when I'm fucking with people. Like he turns away from Frodo and them, and then like the little chunky one, I can't remember his name. He does the hand wiggle at him, makes him jump back. I do
Yeah,
that shit
yeah.
to people all the time.
He gets all stripped out by fast movements. Like, don't fucking jump at me like that.
Oh no,
Yeah.
let me see the ring, and he puts it on his nose.
All right, I'm gonna play this though.
Prince, you have too many dogs and too few soldiers.
Mala.
The tribute is huge this year. I need an escort.
You will escort Murata.
Me?
Not a single hair should fall, and the tribute must be collected in full.
Or we will burn down Moscow. Good city. Wealthy city.
So can I just say something?
The tribute was gathered in full. I don't serve by the sword anymore, Prince. Let me leave, Prince. I want to retire to the monastery.
Leave.
Give me your blessing, Father.
The great prince cometh. The battle lies ahead. Never yet seen.
Again, I must take sword once more in hand. A piece of useless iron. I thought I could shelter from it in a monastery.
Can a knife be evil? We cut bread with it. In anger, we use the same knife to spill blood. Evil comes from a man's heart and defiles his soul. Yes, God said, "Thou shalt not kill." And he also said, "Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends."
True.
Where is the truth? When an enemy threatens you, you may bear it. But when our dearest are at threat, then your duty is to take up your weapon and to protect them. Pay gold and silver to Mamai. And seeing your humbleness, God won't allow them to destroy us.
I've already done this, Father. Mamai is leading his forces towards the Don River.
Then this arrogant man is doomed to die. As for you, Prince, God will grant you help, mercy, and glory.
Give me 2 soldiers from your regiment, Alexander Peresvet and his brother, Andrea Slabia. That's how you can assist us, Father. I don't blame Peresvet for his impertinence in the past. He was young and hot-tempered, and we were too weak to show teeth.
You will defeat your enemies. Here, my children, take these imperishable weapons. Let it be your battle helmets and shields. May God help you.
I have to pause it and say, and I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna play the video. We can argue what Christianity is best, but in history, when anybody proclaiming Christ has ever gone to battle, it has always been very positive for those people in the outcome, and they actually attempted to live a Christian lifestyle and have a Christian nation.
Christianity, regardless of like even in the case of what some sects I do believe are outright heretical, which is a good amount of Protestant sects. So long as you accept Christ as the Son of God and accept that his teachings are paramount to living a good life,
Well,
you will
look
find
at the
success in life.
look at the movie Hacksaw Ridge, or the actual historical account of Hacksaw Ridge.
Yeah, where they toned it down because they thought it would be okay. Well, there's one aspect they didn't tone down, which is he did it over the course of 3 weeks. They made it over the course of a single night for the cinematic purposes, but they toned down the amount of people he saved because they figured it would be too unbelievable otherwise.
He not only
and he got
saved
shot a lot
Americans,
more times.
he not only did he sustain more injuries in real life than the movies, and it was like you said, it was 3 weeks over with the course of one night instead. But he not only saved American, but he also saved Japanese soldiers as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it got to a point where there were people taking like repercussions out, and like he pitched a fit about it, rightfully so, because he was saving all of these people. And that's the thing. I think Seventh-day Evangelicism is a heretical sect as well, but he still said, "No, I believe in God. I believe in my faith." It is against.
I would not say American evangelicals were heretics yet at the time. Well, maybe they were. I would have to do more reading.
It's just, again, it's in general. Men that die for their faith or the belief in God are not going to usually lose to somebody fighting for treasure or land or glory. Like, you're fighting for something. Anytime human beings do or are attempting something for a reason bigger than themselves, notably for God or for trying to understand God or whatever, that's when they achieve the greatest things.
Well, you see, and I hate debating atheists, especially in the modern world, because a lot of times, yeah, they do BTFO, the faith-based argumentation in the modern world. But when you look at the historical account, people
it's like
fighting for God,
the
they
issue is, like,
literally
they don't
BTFO the
understand
shit out of everyone else.
theology's purpose to mankind.
Well, theology is the mother of science and philosophy.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
the Catholic Church funded the first universities.
You have religion being seen as like, oh, heckin' religion's so anti-science, which is literally an anti-clerical Protestant psyop from the 1800s, when de facto the church was science because it was an attempt to understand.
Well, yeah, they make it seem like an obelisk instead of a tree. Yeah. It's like a tree. Everything stemmed from remember, Christ, your God, is the eternal logos, and logic stems from him.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And so you have to start at the seed, and he was the seed, the cornerstone that was not chosen.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I mean, and I've said this forever, just man in general, when you fight for a purpose greater than yourselves, you're doing it for example, you just look at it in sports. When you play for your team more than just yourself, you achieve way more than you thought you could ever possible. When you're fighting for your brothers in battle, you seem to do superhuman feats. You know what I mean? And that's what it is. It's when you do something greater. That's why it says there's no greater love than this, to give one's life for one's friend. Because when you're loving someone, ready to give your life, you can do amazing things because it doesn't matter anymore. You've given up the inhibitions. You've given up the restrictions that you've put on your mind, your subconscious put on yourself, and you focus completely and all on one single thing.
Yeah, have you seen the animated film 21 Martyrs?
No, I have not.
No, I haven't.
That's a must watch. I'd recommend that.
You posted one. You posted Saint Caleb's Conquest of Yemen. We're also going to watch that after this one because I like that one.
Yeah.
I want to post that one in the back chat. We can watch that one. I'm going to go play this one.
Where are you going?
We go to war too. Boys, you really have grown.
It's a guy's voice for a chick.
Well, tomorrow you give bust shoes to boys.
Yes, yes.
Lady, take care.
No, hustle anywhere. Say and protect. They left without us. Come back, unmanageable kids. What a tragedy. They run away barefoot.
Give them 10 years.
St. Michael, there we go. Let's go.
Me and the boys out in farm.
You're in there, in the gully. Maybe we should cross the river today.
Aha. Well, what if they notice us? Tomorrow they won't have time to concern about us.
All right, let's sleep.
I wonder how the boys are doing. Lord, I place my soul into your hands. Oh my God, you are with us. In battle, be wherever you think is needed. May God help us. The truth and the power of God are on our side. Place your troops in ambush. Remember, don't rush.
Yes, my prince.
Let's see whose side our gods are on. Is that all the Russians have? Cowards. Fight with me.
Let's switch, dear friend. I need a spear. But how would you fight such a mighty warrior without a sword?
The power is not in a sword, but in God's truth. Forgive me, for I am a sinner.
God will forgive. Good Lord, strengthen my brothers.
This reign is ours. Die!
But in the Lord, take the soul of your servant, Alexander.
Yeah, but he saved so many lives from this powerful enemy.
Наипаче меня беззаконие мои греха моего очисти меня, яко беззаконие мое.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
I'm also noticing Catholic soldiers in this. Weren't there an alliance?
Well, yeah, it was a
I would
European
imagine
alliance
such,
against Mongols.
like some
Well, the
Catholics would have
Hungarians
been-
and stuff, yeah, because the Hungarians were Catholics. So.
Yeah, it depends
Things
on the
were not
period
like
as well.
nearly
Like,
as like stratified religiously as they are today, you know. Plus, obviously, what happened then would take precedence, you know, like fighting against the Tatars and against a people who despised your faith as a whole and denied Christ would inherently be.
Well, it's why the largest cavalry charge came to Eastern Europe when the Turks and the Muslims were trying to cross into Western Europe.
Okay, well, the Commonwealth was Catholic, and the troops were also Catholic, just like the Austrians at the time. To be fair, but
yeah,
your point
No, what I'm
still
saying is
stands.
to save Eastern Europe too. It wasn't just to save Western Europe.
yeah,
I
with
mean,
Eastern Europe, it's
nationality
Poland
wouldn't
and
have really been a deciding factor. Only really the logistics that come from having to traverse that land between nations.
Also, the all-seeing guy. I do believe that this is actually put out by the Orthodox Church of Russia, not necessarily the Russian government. But I think that it is a true translation.
I take issues with the Orthodox Church, and I do think they have fallen theologically due to the fact that they have become a puppet of the Russian state. You know. But
Well, that's what happens when you have communism.
Have done their service in
Well,
history.
it's not it's the problem. It's not my problem with the Orthodox theology. I mean, they have issues, but it's that if you're baptized as a Russian Orthodox, you can't take communion in the Greek Orthodox Church.
Yeah, it feels like
it's not unified. Remember, it's called the Catholic. Catholic just means universal. It doesn't mean anything. It just means one church. And Christ commanded one body, one church, universally. And that's the issue, though.
Even assuming
that's
the Orthodox
the
are
issue
the
that
one
all
church,
of us
they
Christians
reject
have
the nature of the church.
separated.
Yeah, the division. The division is the issue.
The division should be the issue, and that's kind of what I was hitting on. Like, regardless of denomination you claim.
Well,
when you
yeah,
see
if there's an outside force.
Christian men have always heeded the call and done what they needed to do as Christian men. And I think the reason that we see a lot of this hedonism and degeneracy affecting our countries is that Christian men no longer have the balls that these men
to do anything, to say anything.
Yeah.
They're controlled by, I got to get pussy. I got my family, my kids. Like that's the whole thing. The old thing. These men right here said.
Effectively a heresy.
These men said, I don't care about. I got to die for God. Like that's my primary focus right here is to serve God for this calling.
Yeah. It's like, you know, Americans are largely heretics, including especially evangelicals, honestly. You know, that cultural Christianity does not prioritize Christ, does not even accept the Trinity.
They push that whole narrative that you have to be a pacifist, that you have to just let it happen, bend over and take it.
Not even that, but also they reject Christ's teachings in regards to how you should treat your fellow man. Like, as you put it earlier, Imperius, racism and deciding law and society based on racism is a rejection of the order that God has laid out for us among man, you know? But you see this. I've spoken to evangelical pastors, and even they are concerned with it because there are so many people who view some of Christ's teachings as obsolete, as something to cherry pick from because they're too weak or they're too liberal. They view it as a means to an end.
Dude, most Protestants don't even see jacking off as anything wrong, dude.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
Like as easy and as flippant as it seems, like, oh, it's just dragging it. It doesn't matter. The rule's the rule.
A lot of Protestants as well, like reject the whole saint, like lineage of saints.
Well,
'Cause they go,
it's because they literally believe you can't lose your grace. So the moment I just accept Christ as God, I can do anything and I can't lose my grace.
Yeah,
exactly. It's a cop out, which is not only bad in itself for society, obviously, but theologically unsound.
Like, how can you not lose your grace? That means you can literally sin. Christ says sin no more. But what you're saying is there's no repercussion for sinning. So what is the whole choice? What is the whole reason not to sin?
Yeah.
That all saying, guy, that could, I don't know if it's true, but it could very well be true, because even though
he is Russian Orthodox. He was in the church. He's been many times he's in the Orthodox Church taking.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's true, but I guess it is true. Imperius says that it is.
No, they do. Yeah, he's taking mass and stuff there. Yeah. Oh,
well,
no,
I know in order to be a communist high official during the Soviet Union that you could not. It was frowned upon.
No, he could not. No.
That was
you
had to reject the church. But by the time of Brezhnev, because of the nature of one-party states, it was just like tacitly accepted, especially among like everyone had to join the party. But if you just joined the party out of like career prospects and STEM and whatnot, it was kind of accepted by then that like
if you weren't a radical, if you weren't a crazy radical,
about the church.
Yeah, because the thing was that when it was a communist Russia, the church did exist, but it didn't exist officially. It was
you couldn't speak how you wanted. You couldn't.
Because you can't uproot that from society. You know.
It was just an underground faith, like the church was during the Roman times.
It was underground in the sense that like it wasn't legal, but it was tacitly accepted as like an inevitability.
It depended where you were too. Like if you were near communist centers like St. Petersburg or Moscow, you were going to have problems if you're practicing openly
and rejection of the church.
Yeah, but if you were in most of the countryside and the rural lives, those people were still practicing and stuff like that.
Well, I'm gonna play some more of the video because this battle scene coming up is awesome.
Yeah, let's do it.
By the way, for those of a historical context, by killing that general specifically, not only was it a morale-crushing defeat for like the hedonistic pagans of the Mongol Empire, and it was also throw their army into disarray because he was a leading commander in this force as well.
Yeah, that's what Heraclius did as well.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, imagine you're a barbarous religion, a pagan religion, and you think that like ruling by the sword is the ultimate thing, and then your fucking biggest, most armored up general gets fucking one tapped by a Christian monk on a horse.
Yeah. This is something that'll
like
have
not
to,
a guy in armor, not a
to
warrior.
research this more, but reportedly, like not only that, but he fell when he died. He fell with his face facing his troops, which in Mongol lore effectively meant you were doomed to lose the battle. You know.
Because you got knocked backwards. You literally got knocked and turned around.
And it's funny because a lot of people don't understand the cultural things of history as well. The Mongolians were an Asiatic people, and you always hear you never heard Asians fighting holy wars. Like the Mongol invasion wasn't a Mongol holy war.
No, they were just they were nomad. They were the inspiration for the Dothraki. Essentially, they were Dothraki. They were
I give more credit to the Mongols than most, and I think their empire was fundamentally a net good, even if they obviously.
Well, they put order. They unified Russia and Eastern Europe because they spread a culture throughout it, and it unified many people because it unified under like the fear of the Mongols. You know what I mean?
Like not even indirectly, but directly, like. A lot of the seething from the Mongols comes from the fact that they were better at kicking people's asses and doing the atrocities that everyone wanted to do. And fundamentally, they had a lot of economic benefits. Like I consider their timeline and their influence on society to fundamentally be a very compressed Rome up until the age of Constantine, which is, obviously atrocity was committed, but fundamentally civilization as we know it today could not even grow without the economic wealth and the means to continue building that wealth that they created.
They had a system of quote unquote equality, like the American equality before the Civil Rights Act, which was separate but equal. Their traditions, their religion was on top. They allowed they allowed people to practice their regional religions and faiths.
Yeah.
But you had to acquiesce to the Mongolian
Yeah.
culture, the
It
Mongolian.
was fundamentally very meritocratic in a way that you didn't see in Western civilization for a lot of times, and you see phased out of Western civilization nowadays, which is like, if you truly have proven yourself worthy, you will live and you will prosper in society. If you don't, you will see the material consequences for that. You know,
I was going to say,
it was
to
just simply
respond
to the victor go the
earlier,
spoils. It was the victor
Yeah.
go the spoils, man.
The victory did not come just from martial prowess, though, as it's made out to be. It came
No,
from
they weren't.
how you could
No,
generate
they weren't
wealth
just
for the
these.
nation.
Yeah, they weren't just these bloodlust sap. They had a culture, and they had a. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like
It
the
was just
reason
not
they were
like it
able
was
to
not a
conquer so
Western
much.
kind of idea of culture. So it's the
Yeah.
same way if you study like ancient or even classical Eastern cultures, like the people that were in like Vietnam and Cambodia and all those regions and stuff throughout like the 5th century, 6th century, 7th, 8th, 9th, all the way up to like the Renaissance area. It wasn't like shit. Nothing was going, dude. Like I remember, I took a class on it in college. I can't even remember all these fucking names were so crazy and all these dates and all this. It was like learning a fucking on Neptune or something. I had no idea this shit was all going on because we think of a lot of things as in like Western history and Europe history. Dude, there were so many wars and kingdoms and things going on in India and the East and all that kind of stuff too, man. It was
There's
crazy.
so much history that goes on, and like I do regret the European simplification of it because it enables that supremacist thought, and it's also
Yeah,
just
yeah. I mean, I'm not
there's
saying it's
so
not
much
supreme. Like
synthetic
we're better,
fascinating to
but
learn
not
about.
just because we're just innate better. It's just we
Yeah.
just had certain things have just turned our way, and we've been more aggressive with things. But
Well, the
they, dude,
problem-
like for a long time, the East, dude. If you read some of like their cultures, their civilizations, their cities, like, dude, if you read up on like how the God, I'm trying to think who it was, but it was like in the 5th or 6th century, Europeans when they went to China and they saw like the cities on the rivers and how they were like boat people and like living off. It was like like the way that Europeans described it, they were like fascinated by it. It was like walking into like a, you know what I mean? It's crazy shit, dude.
It's like China thought itself
The first time my hick ass saw a townhouse.
and like that seems arrogant, but like looking at their neighbors historically, I don't blame them at all for thinking they were better because they frankly were.
Well, the
See,
thing
no,
is, as
oh,
well,
yeah. No,
like,
okay,
the-
so
the-
let
the-
me-
the-
let
the-
me-
Well, until they met the Japanese.
Well,
Until they
let
met
me-
the Japanese.
Let me put some explanation on it. When my hick ass first saw a row home, I couldn't fathom how you could own a house that was connected to someone else's house, and that was also connected to someone else's house, which was in turn connected to someone else's house.
Like a townhouse, like a condo townhouse like
Yeah,
complex.
but they own these whole ass houses that have like 10 foot of brick between them. I'm like, that is crazy. But I'm play some more of this video.
I was going to say that quick. The history of colonization when it comes to Europe as well is painted with a black tar brush. But if you actually look into it, we did make a lot of improvements to these other
If
countries.
you look at it, every year that Europeans was better than before.
Yeah,
I mean, I would say in Africa's case, but fundamentally, I find like the Opium Wars, the British were objectively in the wrong. If, say, Mexico had a state policy of selling fentanyl and cocaine to the U.S.,
Yeah, they were pretty shady on that.
yeah,
The
that
Boxer
is
Rebellion and all that.
that is something that's worth beheading people over. They are selling drugs to.
Oh
your
yeah, they were
nation in
killing
a
their
deliberate
civilians. The
attempt
box.
to
What do you think the Boxer Rebellion was?
Yeah,
That's what it was from. It was from opium. It was from the opium doping all them out.
These
yeah,
people
don't
want to
get me
rock your
wrong. The
nation.
British have done some objectively evil stuff.
I gotta be right back.
But they also helped build Hong Kong, Beijing, Shanghai, all these cities
Oh,
that
yeah, yeah, yeah.
eventually became, you know what I mean? Like, look, I'm not saying the British were perfect. Nobody's perfect. We're all pieces of shit. But if you look at objectively civilization, and because look, South Africa right now, the only reason it's even surviving and people there at all are surviving is they're living on the fragments of what the Europeans built there 50, 60 years ago and then have been leaving ever since because of the end of apartheid.
Yeah.
They haven't built anything new. They don't know how to maintain or repair. I was watching an African guy, a scientist from Africa, black guy, and he said, you know what? He asked a couple black kids on like BLM kids from America, and this is an African guy. He's like, and he was asking, why don't the Africans build anything, or why haven't we advanced anything that the Europeans made there? And they're all, oh my God, it's all racism, and they didn't have the money, and they stole their land, they keep colonizing. He's like, did you know? What is the word for repair in African or in Swahili? And they're like, well, what about like build? And or replace or any. Yeah, of course. But what about the repair? And there's no word. They don't know how to maintain. He was explaining that all the railroads, everything there, it hasn't gotten better because they don't know how to maintain the things that were already there.
Yeah.
Like even the Chinese have struggles with this. There's something strange about Western Europeans that they build and they continuously maintain. They continuously like make sure it's not breaking down. Doing it. Why like people don't realize the amount of like building codes and all that kind of stuff in California and New York and all the. You can't just build things. Like it has to be there has to be so many seismic measurements, so many codes, all kinds of things.
Yeah.
And then you have to.
I'm gonna play some more of this.
Sorry, I'll shut up. Go ahead.
What I do find funny, and I'm gonna play this after I say it, is the way the Orthodox Church makes it seem. It does make it seem that while they're fighting together, the Catholics and the Orthodox are also fighting each other in that march up. But then you see that they're actually marching against the fucking Mongolians, who at this point in human history had also conquered China. That's why you see the Chinese banners.
Oh yeah, they dude everywhere, dude. They were the Jesus, dude.
This was literally the East versus West.
Yeah, it was. It was East versus West. Like, yeah.
It's time.
The cavalry charge. That's where the Mongols were.
Oh, we overslept.
We overslept.
What? Where? Who?
Doesn't matter. We'll be on time. I told you we should have crossed the river yesterday.
I'm back.
Hold on, darling.
What colour will your shield be?
What do I need a shield for? I need a sword.
Where can you get it?
I'll find one. Or snatch one.
My job is to drink the cup together with the others. The prince must be in sight.
Where are you going by yourself? Cover your back. Prince. It's time, Your Majesty.
It's not time yet. We don't want to waste cavalry for nothing.
The prince's flag has fallen.
Yes, Mamai's forces are still fresh.
Oh, it's so painful to watch our troops dying.
Let them spend their reserves first.
Here we are. At last. Hey, look.
Oh, is he dead?
Who knows? Heavy.
He must be wounded.
No. Andrei, what's wrong? Come on.
He's still alive. He may burn.
What about fighting? Andrei.
Mummy!
What happened? Hold on, Andrei.
Oh dear, dear. Marfa, bring water. Here's another one. I'll be right over.
Andrei, look. It looks like our boat.
Hold on, dear. Hold on. Come on, fast. Marfa. Vasha. Vasha. Alive.
Dad.
Mom.
Why are you running? Don't disgrace your mothers.
There's not even half of our regiment left.
I'm the only one left from my regiment.
Right, boys, I'm going to have to shoot off now, sorry.
Good talking to you, Bear of Ice. You have a good one, man.
You too, mate. I hope we come back again soon. Thank you.
You're always welcome.
Now, the time has come.
God is with us! God is with us!
Vorus! He ran away. We found the prince! He's alive! Where is Mamai? Mamai ran away. It is victory, Prince. Total victory! So we're free. Thank you, O Lord.
Yeah.
It's time for us.
I don't know. I quite enjoyed that.
That was pretty awesome, I gotta say.
That was based.
So we have a less serious, more memey historical Christian thing to watch. And I actually like this one. It makes me laugh. I watched this one with a gangster edit on it. So.
Oh my God.
Justin called upon a legendary.
Thrown back to 2022.
No, you got to hear. You got to hear it from the.
I know these are like Pepe figures.
Yeah, you got to hear it from the very. Like there was a song that went with this. Oh, Yeti Life. Total victory.
Recognizing his role as defender of all Christians, Justin called upon a legendary bass
I love the dancing. I love the little dancing.
No, I'm gonna play that one again. This is one of my favorite Christian memes that have come out of like the whole Pepe figures and like the whole memeing thing.
Recognizing his role as defender of all Christians, Justin called upon a legendary based black man in Ethiopia.
away a TV and a Louis bag.
There's another funny one that I have trouble finding, but it's talking about the black. I believe he's I don't know if he's a Catholic saint. He may be an Orthodox saint, but he may not even be a saint. But I can't remember. His story is he was a slave who was freed. He was besieged upon by thieves. He told the thieves they could take what they wanted, and they said no, they wanted to take his life. And he was like, "You can fucking try." And like he wound up like beating all of the slaves and taking them as or not slaves, but thieves and taking them as prisoners. And it was like 20v1. And he was a Christian missionary. Let me look up real quick. Let me see if I can find him. I think it's Moses the Black.
Oh yeah, no, I know who he is. Yeah, he's one of the early Christian saints from. Yeah, he was also the one that they on the out they were all. You don't look like some of the Africans pagans were all. You don't look black enough to tell, like dark enough to tell us what to do. And he said, "I may be lighter on the outside, but I'm all black on the inside." Literally, that's what he said. I think isn't it something the Black though? I think it's like Marcus the Black or something like that.
It's Saint Moses the Black.
Moses the Black. Okay, yeah.
There's a funny. So, like, one of the things he's known is when he was fighting, he had a sword between his teeth, is something that they talk about. I forget. Like, he was like old school fucking kick-assery.
Oh, he was like a savage, dude. No, he's like vicious as fuck. Anyways, I gotta hop off here and actually eat now. So, but hey, good stream, man. Yeah, like let me know when you do your other streams. We can talk about that other shit. It'll be good.
Absolutely.
Right,
love to speak with you more again, man.
Yeah, definitely, man.
Thanks
I'm
for
on
letting
here.
me
You know,
on,
I
bro.
usually try to hop on if he's having a stream or whatever. So yeah, and I'm in his Discord. If you want to hit me up in there, you can always DM me.
Yeah, gotcha. All right.
All right, brother. All right, talk to you later, Blue Jay. Good seeing you.
That's all
right,
around.
see ya.
Nice stream, everyone.
Yeah, good stream, Ortho. Thanks, man.
Thanks to everyone in the audience for coming on.
I think that I'm going to end it with my old school saying, you know.
I love democracy. I love the republic.
But thank you all for coming. Thank you for coming, Blue Jay. Thank you for coming, Dro. Thank you for coming, Imperius. Thank you for being here, Bumpkin, Beeswix, a random independent. Jim, I think, was up here for a little bit. Thank you all for coming. Remember, support the Griffno State.
Oh yeah. Yeah, sorry I couldn't contribute much. I guess I didn't really understand the title of Holy Wars when I got on here, and I don't know much about them, but it was interesting.
Yeah, we kind of veered off the topic for the last 2 hours, which is cool.
We got to the point where it was just like vibes instead of just like the relatively vitriolic arguments. And I'd say I'm coming around to the point where that kind of has its place on the stream. People do want to see the fucking cat fights as much as I personally don't like it, but I get why people consider it a thing when they're doing streams, you know.
Right,
but we did
yeah.
achieve like immaculate vibes towards the last bit.
Well, I mean, that's what we got to do, bro. We gotta become based, and we gotta stop worrying about fighting. I think ultimately Imperius is right. There is a racial component to everything because of genetics and differences that we have to understand. But what Imperius said is definitely the command of God, and that does not mean that you have to exclude those people or hate those people for things that they cannot change.
Yeah.
I do ultimately believe in eugenics.
Yeah, dictating race by the laws of using race to dictate the laws of man prioritizes the word of man over the word of God. And like since 2025 has started, I've become a lot more zealous, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm over the laws of man. I'm gonna be
this
real.
world is quite wild. 2025 is the year of happening, and you know the only security is I found is in looking more into God. Honestly,
yeah.
You know?
I'm to the point where it's like I don't care what you say. I'm tired of the laws of man, and if you wish to exert the laws of man over me, it's just I have a sword for a reason, and you can have it too. Just the tip. Just start at the tip.
Based. Yeah.
But
for now, I guess
Well,
I should get myself dinner too. I haven't eaten since like a bagel this morning. So
A bagel?
Showing
Oy
out.
vey, what do you mean by that?
Trust the plan, Pookie Bear. It's how I get like my Mossad tax in. They don't assassinate me like 20 years from now, and I eat bagels in the moment.
All right. I'm gonna bounce you guys. You guys have a good day.
All
Then
right.
I'm gonna say
Y'all.
goodbye. And
Have a
bro,
good
me and
night.
you can actually talk in Discord about our projects. I do want to start working on those more.
Yeah, I'm gonna get dinner quick, but I certainly have the energy for it tonight. So
All
just
right.
give me like
Bet.
All right, I'll
20-30.
catch you soon.
See you, Blue Jay. Thank you for being a founder on the channel. Thank you.
Thank you. I
I'll
appreciate
catch y'all
it.
around.
Bye. I'm honored.
All right. All right, everybody. Thank you for watching. God bless you all. Remember, support the Griffno State. If you support and like the channel, you like the message we push. You like the things we talk about. This is mainly a free speech area. You can come on here and you can act an ass. You can tell people that you disagree with our Christian narrative. You can tell people you disagree with our views on race. You can come over here and you can say what you wish about what you wish. As long as you don't do no intent for anybody in my audience or on my panel, and nobody will have that for you here either. And thank you for watching. Please like and share the stream. Again, donate to the Griffno State if you like what we're doing. You want to support the channel. Most proceeds will either go to the Streamlab to help Bumpkin pay for that, and or a new mic set for better quality, or new editing software, or upgrades to computers for better content. Because we're also doing video games and cultural stuff. We've already started the video game streams, and my small ass channel has gotten 57 views on a live stream of playing an old ass game. So we're doing good, audience. I appreciate you all. Please like and subscribe and share if you haven't. Share this video with your friends and family. Support the Griffno State, and God bless you all. You have a wonderful night. Have y'all some dinner and spend some time with your families. Thank you. God bless you all. Good night.